Good morning to peoples. How's anybody doing today? I played this game for a few hours last night before I went to bed. We're playing Blades in the Dark on the Flumph channel right now. And my good buddy Destil is running it, so I have no D&D prep to do on Sundays anymore. So I played this instead. This is a social deduction game. If you've played Among Us or One Night Ultimate Werewolf or something like that. But it's a single-player social deduction game. It's presented like a series of logic puzzles rather than get around with your friends and try to figure out who's lying. And I played it for a few hours last night. This is like they're not calling it a early access. What are they calling it? Like a playtest demo, I think, is what we're saying this is. Is that right? Yeah, playtest demo. So it's free to play right now. They're not even selling it yet. And yeah, I played it for a few hours and got addicted to it. And I'm like, I woke up today like knowing that I was going to play a few more hours. And I'm like, I might as well just stream it then. So this is the game. This is the deck. Oh yeah, I clicked the button that resets all my progress, so we're going to start over from the very beginning. All right, so this is the village. There are 5 people in the village. There's 1 evil character in the village. These are the possible characters that are in the deck right now. Like when I start flipping cards, this is what they could be. And then up here it tells me I've got 4 of these cards are villagers. 1 of them is an evil minion that I have to find and kill. So step 1 is to flip the cards over. So the first card I flipped is the Confessor. The Confessor says, I am good. And if we pull up the screen here, the Confessor's ability, if she's evil or corrupted, she'll say, I'm dizzy. And she cannot lie. So the Confessor, her statement can always be trusted. If the Confessor says, I am good, we know that the Confessor is good. Because if she was evil characters always lie, I should point out. That's kind of the thing. Like our first evil character is the minion. They lie and they disguise. Lie means that the info they give you is false. Disguise means they pretend to be somebody else. So the Confessor cannot lie. If they're evil, they'll say that they're dizzy. She's not saying she's dizzy, she's saying she's good. I'm inclined to believe her. Okay. The Lover learns how many evil characters she's adjacent to. She's saying there's no evil characters adjacent to her. So she's saying that this Confessor and this Gem Crafter are good. The Gem Crafter tells you about 1 good character. She's saying that number 1 is good. We know that number 1 is good because number 1 is the Confessor. So the Gem Crafter is telling the truth. And if they're both telling the truth, we know that the Lover is telling the truth. The Enlightened learn if the closest evil is clockwise or counterclockwise. So the Enlightened is saying that the closest evil to them is up here. And this last card is a Hunter. The Hunter is saying, I'm 1 card away from the closest evil. So the Hunter is saying either the Confessor or the Enlightened is evil. You can see how I fell down the rabbit hole of this game. This is just the first level. Okay. You're saying the Hunter is evil. You're saying the Enlightened is evil. Is this a 50-50 situation? Did I get like a 50-50 on the first round? Because these 3 are talking about each other. 1 card away from evil. Can't be talking about the Confessor. We know the Confessor is good. If the Enlightened is evil, we know the Hunter is good. If the Hunter is evil, we know the Enlightened is good. Because they're pointing the finger at each other. So I don't know a way to logically deduce anything about this. Fortunately, we can guess wrong some number of times on each level. We've got 10 health. we lose health if we kill an innocent person. And then if we run out of health, we lose one of our hearts. And if we lose all of our hearts, we lose the game. But this to me looks like a 50-50 situation. If you're evil, then your information is just unreliable. Like, these arrows don't mean anything. If there were more than one evil in the village, the arrows would tell us something, because the arrows would have to point away from the nearest evil. So the arrows that we're seeing on here, this closest evil is clockwise, that's just nonsense. If this character is evil. If this character is good, it's got to be the hunter. And it's the same rationale for the hunter. The hunter is saying, one of the cards next to me, I'm one card away from the closest evil. We know the confessor's not. It must be the enlightened. But we don't have a way to differentiate the two. So I'm just going to murder this hunter. And we guessed correctly. And now my dogs are also evil. So the enlightened is correct. That was the closest evil clockwise. But if we had guessed wrong, we would have lost some health, but then we would have known information about the enlightened. I'm going to go put my dogs in the oven. I'll be right back. Okay, and with the first village cleared, we've unlocked other potential characters. There's like 30-something characters in this playtest demo. And I guess the full game is going to have even more. Alright, so we've got a village of 6. 5 villagers, 1 minion. 1, 2, 3, 4... So we've got 6 potential villagers, so one of these villagers will not be in the village. Enlightened, Lover, Judge, Gemcrafter, Medium, and Hunter. So the Judge has an ability. We can use the Judge to find out if another character is lying. The Enlightened is saying the closest evil is clockwise. The Hunter is saying they're 1 card away from the closest evil. So if they're both good, then 4 is the minion. 4 is saying that there's 1 evil adjacent to her. So, if the evil is 5, the evil can't be 5. This character is not able to be evil if the lover is telling the truth. Because if the minion's here, that fulfills the lover's statement, but then the hunter's statement is a lie. But the hunter can't lie because the evil would be up here. So that's like a logical contradiction. She's saying the 6 is a real Gemcrafter. The Gemcrafter is saying that number 2 is good. Okay. So who do I want to use this Judge ability on? The Judge could be the... Let's start there. If the Judge is the minion, do we find a contradiction elsewhere? Let's say that the Judge is evil, and that his... Well, even if he is evil, his information will still be useful because he will have to lie about it. But if you're evil, that means everybody else is telling the truth. That means the Gem Cutter is telling the truth about the Enlightened, but then we immediately hit a contradiction. If the Judge is evil, the Enlightened is lying, and we know the Enlightened isn't lying if the Judge is evil. So the Judge is good, and I can trust his information. So whose information do I want to trust? I think the lover and the hunter tell us the most. Let's judge the lover. So the Judge is saying the lover's lying. Does that pan out? So if you're lying, you're the minion. There are 0 evils adjacent to you. That fulfills the hunter, because the hunter is 1 card away from the lover. It fulfills the Enlightened, because evil is clockwise from the Enlightened, it fulfills the Gem Crafter because the Enlightened is good, and that's what the Gem Crafter is telling us. It fulfills the Medium because the Medium's saying that number 6 is a real gem. I'm thinking it's the Lover. I'm thinking we trust the Judge. Well, we know we trust the Judge. We've deduced the Judge is good, so we know that his information is good, so we know she's a liar, and we know we need to murder her. And that's how this game goes. This is what I did for hours last night. I played, I don't know. So up here, when we clear 7 villages, we'll get like this Ascension level. And the game will get more and more complicated. And I got to like Ascension level 4 before I had to go to bed. I was falling asleep at my desk. Alright. So now it's going to introduce us to the Wretch or the Empress. So the Wretch is a yellow character. Yellows are outcasts who are good. They're on our side, but they do bad things sometimes. So we've got 5 of these are villagers, 1 outcast, and 1 minion. So we know we've got 1 outcast and 1 minion because of the stats up here. And we've only got 1 outcast and 1 minion in the deck. So we know we're going to have a Wretch. The Wretch registers as an evil minion to other characters. So if this Lover is next to the Wretch, she'll say, I've got an evil next to me because she's reading this Wretch, but the Wretch is not evil. We need to deduce that. I think we can safely flip everybody. So there's the Wretch. And as far as I know, the Wretch is always good. The Wretch cannot be disguised as. Cannot register as good or as a Wretch to other characters. So if you flip the Wretch, you always know the Wretch is good. The Wretch cannot be evil. A minion cannot pretend to be the Wretch otherwise. Alright, so that's good news. So the Empress picks 3 cards and tells us how many are evil. So she's saying between 1, 4, and 5, 1 is evil. If she's telling the truth, that exonerates 4 and 5 because she's reading evil off the Wretch. Confessor's dizzy. If the Confessor is dizzy, that means she's evil or corrupted, and I don't think we've got anything that can corrupt at this point in the game. So I think that's it. I think we just kill the Confessor. The minion is rolled as the Confessor is dizzy. I think that solves everything. We don't even need to look at these cards. I think we get more points if we don't look at these cards. And we keep our score here, right? For every evil kill, we get 50 points plus 1 point, or plus 10 points for each unrevealed card. Assuming you care about points. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that sews it up. So, corrupted. If a character is corrupted, they lie and their ability doesn't work. But at this stage in the game, we don't have anybody corrupting. So I think the Confessor is just it. Stupid minion, man. But yeah, that Empress was telling us between 1, 4, and 5, 1 is evil because she was pinging off of that Wretch. Alright, so the minion gave us a freebie there. What a bro. Here's a twin minion and a jester. So we've got 5 villagers. We've got 2 minions now. There's 2 minions in the pool. And we've got an outcast. So we know we have a Wretch somewhere. Why did you flip already? What's this? We didn't have Architect in the deck. That looks like a bug to me. I don't know what's going. This looks like a bug. This character is not supposed to exist yet. And I can't like click them. That's a weird bug. So the Architect, we haven't unlocked it yet. We should not have an Architect in the deck. Yeah, we don't have it in the deck at all, and the minions can't claim to be someone who's not in the deck. There is a card that can do that, I think, but we haven't seen it yet. So I think this is a bugged character saying, I am good. I think this Architect is a Confessor. Yeah, because we mouse over, it gives us the Confessor information. That's a weird bug. Okay. That's why it's in playtest, I guess. I'm going to assume that's a bugged confessor. Oh, I can't even mark it. I can't do anything with this card. Well, okay, let's keep going. Lover saying nobody's evil next to her. These two are exonerating each other. If you're telling the truth, and you're not evil, that means you're telling the truth about the lover. So if either of you are telling the truth, you both are. If one of you is lying, you both have to be. The jester can find out if there's evils among 3 characters of my choosing. I've got a judge. Enlightened. Counterclockwise. So you're saying the closest evil is over here somewhere. Now, learn equidistant if evils are the same distance. If these two were both evil, like we were surmising, then yeah, that makes sense. The closest evil would be there. Okay. There's the wretch. Ooh, okay. Now we know that either... You must be lying. The enlightened must be lying. Because the enlightened is pointing away from the wretch. You see? The wretch would read as evil to the enlightened, but he's pointing away. So even if this judge was evil, he should say equidistant instead of this way, right? That's even if the judge was evil. A truth-telling enlightened would say equidistant. And we got two. So one of the jesters is evil because we can't have 2 of the same character. So it's looking bad for one of the jesters and this enlightened. So what we do then is we're certain that you're good because you're a bugged out confessor, and we're certain that you're good because you're the wretch. And in this theory, we're saying that you guys are both good. So why don't we have the jester go wretch, confessor, lover. And the jester should say 1 evil between 1, 2, and 7. Because the jester is picking off the wretch. Now let's do the same thing with this jester. You're saying 3 evils. There's not even 3 evils on the board, dude. At least tell a lie that makes sense. So we know that this is a lie. We know that this jester's got to go. And then, yeah, it's got to be this. So we can just kind of judge the enlightened here. Number 6 is lying. Yeah, sure are. Hopefully we don't see this bug again. That was weird. So it's introducing new characters. We'll see if we have even heavy on the board. Oh, it's still bugged out. Okay, let's... Oh, okay, it didn't make us start over. I mean, it did make us start over as far as score, but we're still in, like... We still have all the characters that we've unlocked. All right, let's go for it. You're dizzy. That makes my life really easy, because... nobody in this batch can corrupt, so we just know that you're... easiest village of my career. Sometimes they just give it to you. No evils adjacent to the lover. Oh, we're still just looking for 1 minion. Okay. Alright, so we have a judge and a hunter saying that he's 2 cards away. So he's saying either 4 or 6. Gemcrafter is saying the hunter is good, which means if that's true, the hunter would be reliable. The confessor's dizzy, so once again... So this exonerates the hunter, right? Here, let's... This exonerates the hunter, and it exonerates the lover. What happens if you judge a dizzy confessor? Oh, right, the confessor can't lie. So the confessor... So that would be a way to find out a dirty judge. If you judge a confessor, and it says that they're lying, you know the judge is lying. All right, these minions have got to stop masquerading as confessors, or else we're just never gonna... All right, we've got a wretch this time. Oh, there's the wretch. I'm pretty sure that's always safe. The wretch is always good. I use green to like clear a character that I know is good and I know is telling the truth. And then you can also put down like orange or red or, well, I guess that you can put a second marker on it if you want. But yeah, I think the wretch we know is always good. You're saying 3, 4, or 7. Show me 3, 4, and 7. The judge is 3. Closest evil is equidistant. That can't possibly be true. There's only one minion in town. Equidistant would mean that there's 2 evils the same distance away from you, or 1 evil that's the same direction in both ways, right? Which you can't be, because we're in an odd-numbered board. If the evil's here, then you'd go one way. If the evil's here, you'd go the other way. Oh, the wretch does count as evil, yes. So what you're saying is that the evil is here, if you're true. If you're telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, then the judge is also telling the truth. So let's judge that. The judge exonerates it. You're saying... You're also exonerating that. You're saying between the enlightened, the judge, and the unflipped 7, 1 is evil, and you're not even looking at the wretch. It's looking like it's going to be card number 7. What if you're not? What if... So if you're evil... That means that the judge is also evil. But we don't have 2 evils on the board. We've only got 1 evil. So you can't be evil. You must be telling me to kill number 7. I'm very pleased with this game. Did it again! This wacky shack architect. What are you doing? Yeah, that's not good. I didn't see this bug last night. Now it's bugging out constantly. I don't want to keep abandoning runs because it would... I mean, I want to unlock more characters and stuff. I do have a bug report button. I am haunted by phantom architects. There. Hopefully that like sent them a screenshot of the board, because the card doesn't even look correct. It looks like this architect graphic is just kind of put above this card. Let's... So that fixed it. So the Confessor is good, which I like to see. You're saying 5 is good. You're saying the evil's going that way. You're saying that this is evil. Ah, one of the lovers is evil, and they're both... So one of the lovers is telling the truth, and one of them is lying. So we know the Enlightened is good, because we've only got 1 evil, and we know the Gem Cutter is good. You're saying number 5 is good, you're saying... So your information is good, but it would be true either way. So we're into a 50-50 situation. Yeah, it's the Spider-Man pointing meme. That's what's happening here. So we've got plenty of health, so we just have to kill one of them. Wasn't that one, so we lost half of our health, but we know that the other lover is the minion. Gemcrafter saying number 2 is good. You're saying the closest evil is ahead of you. We got a judge. Number 6 is a real confessor. Is that true? Ah, that is true. So the confessor is good. We know that you're good. And we know that you're good because there's no evils adjacent. So our minion is over here somewhere. Let's see what you say about the Gemcrafter. If number 1 is lying, Number 1 is saying 2 is good. So if you're lying, that means you're evil, and it means that 2 is evil. But we know that can't be the case. We know you can't be lying. Which means you're lying about the gem crafter, which means the enlightened is exonerated and everybody else is being good. This judge is a fraud. Now we've got the wretch back. Number 2 is a real confessor. That's good. This start looks very familiar all of a sudden. There's the wretch, who we know is good. That checks out. That's not necessarily the truth, though, because if the minion was... Well, you'd have to be the minion if you're lying. But you're not lying. So if you're the minion and you're lying... No, that doesn't make sense. You can't be the minion, because you would have to lie, but you're telling me the truth. So that you're exonerated. You're saying 2 is good. We know that's the case. So both the medium and the gem crafter are telling me good news about the confessor. The lover is saying that this is evil. Oh, we're in the same situation we were last time. Yeah, this looks very familiar. I just have to kill one of the lovers. Got him. There's this architect again. I mean, do we play through it? I don't want to get stuck on this one village constantly, because we keep getting stuck on village number 4. Oh, that made it go away. Okay, so we've got this, like, hover over to see information about, like, what order I flip the cards in and things. That made it go away. Okay, good to know, good to know. We've got a gesture there. So if I see that bugged architect, I can just hit this eyeball, I guess. Hunter's saying he's next to one of the evils. I got a judge. Who's in my deck? I'm looking for 2 minions. Alright, so the wretch we know is good. The confessor is saying that she's good. Closest evil is equidistant. So it can't be 1 away. It can't be 2 away. It could be 3 away. This enlightened could be telling us the jester and the judge are both evil, which would exonerate the hunter. You're saying this is a real judge. So evil can't be 1 away from you, because we'd be killing a... Oh, you're seeing the wretch, though. Yeah, okay. Enlightened could be talking about the wretch in number 8. You're saying 1, 3, or 5. The jester, the judge, or the confessor. So it can't be the confessor. So you're saying the jester or the judge. I think we judge somebody who we know is telling the truth. I think we judge the confessor, because that'll give us information about the judge. And then if we know the judge is good, then the empress is only... If the judge is good, we know the medium is good. I think that's what we do. So we're going to judge the confessor. That checks out. So the judge is telling the truth about the confessor. The medium is telling the truth about the judge. The empress is saying now the jester is evil, which would exonerate the hunter. And that make the... So it's looking bad for the jester and the enlightened in this case. So what I'm going to do now is have the jester point at 3 characters that I know are good. The jester's saying no evils there. So now it's looking bad for the hunter and the enlightened. So the enlightened can't be telling the truth, no matter what. If you're evil, if the empress is evil, does that work? Because then the enlightened is seeing the empress and the wretch. And the empress is pointing at 3 characters that we know are good. Because if you're evil, then you're not. And then the hunter. So it's looking like it's the Hunter and then either the Empress or the Enlightened. I think that's what we're going to have to do, is kill the Hunter. Can you be evil? Can the Jester be lying to me? You're saying 3, 5, and 7, there are 0 evils. We know that that's true, so we know that you're good. Oh, I still can't put a tab on you. Your card is still bugged, I guess. Okay. So yeah, it's looking like the Hunter is bad news. You're saying 1, 3, or 5 is evil. No, that's a lie. You're evil, and the Enlightened is picking off the Wretch. We murder the Empress. We've unlocked the Bombardier and the Knight. Alright, so I've got 1 Wretch in town, and we're looking for 2 minions. Gemcrafter saying number 4 is good. So they're talking just about each other. What if they're both minions? And everybody else is telling the truth? That could be, according to this Enlightened. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's looking like the Enlightened is lying immediately, because they're pointing away from the Wretch. So if the Enlightened is evil, then yeah, pointing away from the Wretch. Even if the Enlightened and the Gemcrafter are both evil. Because it says pings as an evil minion to other characters, not other villagers. Even an evil character lying would have to be giving false information about the Wretch. It's not looking good for this Enlightened. This should either be pointing towards the Wretch, or it should be saying equidistant if you're looking to... Yeah, I think we kill the Enlightened right away. Boom. It's looking good for our medium and our Gemcrafter. 2 cards away from the closest evil, that checks out. So number 8 must be the other evil, if you're telling the truth. If you're lying, that must mean there's a closer evil, which means 6 has to be evil. But then we would have 3 evil on the board, and that's not the case. So we know you're telling the truth. So you're either seeing the Wretch and killing 8, or you're seeing number 7. Either way, it looks like we can trust 6. That's good. We know that you're good. I can't put a marker on you ever, for whatever reason. How many are evil between these 3? There are no evils, and you're saying you're... Oh, yeah, there we go, a Dizzy Confessor. If we had started there, we would have known right away. We unlocked the Witch and the Scout. Once again, we've got a Bombardier in the deck now, and we're looking for a Witch and a minion. So the Witch doesn't let us reveal our last card. We can only reveal 7 cards. And the Bombardier... If we kill the Bombardier and he's not evil, he blows up the whole town. Alright, we'll get to it. You're saying 4, 5, or 8. So now I can't just go in the circle, because I'm not going to be able to flip my last card. So let's flip cards that other cards you're talking about. You're saying 4, 5, and 8. 1 is evil. Confessor's dizzy. Nobody can corrupt. We know that you're lying. So yeah, good. Okay, so and then we got this little mask here that shows us what the witch was masquerading as. So you're exonerated. So we know 5 is good. We know 8 is good. We know not to blow up the Bombardier. Because the Empress is saying between 4, 5, and 8, there's 1 evil. So she's saying that this Jester and the Bombardier are both good. Okay. Love that for me. Twin Minion is 1 card away from the closest evil. The Scout is saying that the Twin Minion is number 3. The Scout is saying the Twin Minion is 1 card away from the evil closest to it, which would have to be the Witch. And the only candidate is number 3. If you're telling the truth. If you're lying, the twin minion could be anywhere. Let's see what number 3 is saying. 1 card away from the closest evil, you're telling the truth. Because the witch was right here. Which means you're lying. Which means you're dead. Yeah, that's got to be it. We could use the Jester ability. On these 3 characters, the Jester confirms there's 1 evil, and we're going to kill this scout. So now we have a demon. A demon adds a fake outcast to the deck view. So we've only got 1 outcast in the village, according to our stats, but we don't know if it's going to be a wretch or a bombardier. Because the demon Ba put 1 extra outcast in the deck. And we can't reveal our last card because of the witch. Confessor is good. That's a good start. I can't mark my number 1 spot because of that bug. 2 cards away from the closest evil. So you're saying 4 or 8. 7 is the real hunter. 3 cards away. You're saying 2 cards away. You're saying 3 cards away. One of these hunters is bad, and the medium... So the medium and this hunter is saying this hunter is evil. Watch this. This hunter is saying it's either the medium or the other hunter. But if it was the medium, then this hunter would be lying, which is a contradiction. Because the medium is saying 7 is a real hunter. So this hunter is saying that this hunter is evil. This hunter is saying it's either the medium or number 8. Number 8 is the bombardier. So this hunter wants us to shoot the bombardier, which is a bad idea. Or this medium who's exonerating this hunter. It's looking bad for this hunter. I'm not going to lie. We can only flip 2 more cards, and we've got 2 minions to find. Well, a minion and a demon. The demon Ba is somewhere. Okay. Can you both be lying? Hunter and me. If you're lying and you're lying, then you're telling the truth. Your statement checks out because you're not a real hunter. And your statement checks out. No. That doesn't work. You can't both be lying because you would be pointing at the other evil that would make that the truth. So this hunter and this medium must be telling the truth. If this hunter was lying, or if this hunter was evil, the medium would also have to be evil, but the medium is one of the people the hunter is pointing at. And there's only 2 evils on the board. So you're good. You're good. You're pointing at this hunter. I'm going to kill this hunter. Dead. If you're 3 cards away from the closest evil, that means the other evil must be number 3. If it was 5 or 6, you would be saying you were closer. So I think we just kill 3 right now. Got him. Don't even know what these are. We've got the Slayer and the Knitter now. All right, we've got 1 outcast who's going to be the bombardier, and we're looking for a witch. We'll reach a point where we won't know what's going to be in the potential deck. So, if I see that I'm looking for a witch, I know that I'm not going to be able to flip a card, so I want to try to flip cards that'll give me the most information. If I see that we don't have a witch, then I know I can flip all the cards. I don't have to worry about it. That bug has fixed itself now. Okay, so you're saying number 1 is a real medium. That's BS. You can't possibly be telling the truth. There's a 0% chance this is telling the truth. Because it's a medium. Oh, she's saying it about herself. She's saying that she's a real medium. There's not going to be a second. Okay, I was thinking that this was number 1 for some reason. That she was saying this is a real medium. But no, she's saying it about herself. So if you're the witch, you're just lying. And if you're the medium, you're telling the truth. So your statement is not useful to me. You're saying this medium is a witch. The Bombardier doesn't say anything. The Bombardier just looks menacing. Ah, I got the gesture. Okay. Let's go with these three. He's saying one evil. Can the jester be lying? Well, yeah, if the jester was lying, that means the jester is evil, which means there's 0 evils between those three. So if the jester is lying, you're telling the truth, but you are a contradiction, because the Bombardier will read as good to you. So if the jester is evil, that means the hunter must be evil, and we know the hunter can't be evil because there's only one evil in the board. So you must be telling the truth, which means there's one evil between these. If it's you, that checks out. The hunter is pointing at you. If it's you, that also checks out because your statement is a lie and the medium's pointing to herself. So we haven't differentiated between the medium and the hunter, and we only get one more card to flip. There's only one evil. We already knew that, but at least we know that you're telling the truth. So it looks like it's between the medium and the hunter. This card I can't flip. Cannot reveal something is blocking me thanks to the witch. We know it's not the Bombardier. If you're telling the truth, you're lying. If you're telling the truth, you're lying. And we know it's not number 6. So let's kill this medium. The witch was masquerading as a medium. I wonder if a real medium will ever point to themselves. So it's giving us a poisoner and a bard. 1 outcast, 2 evil. So one of them's a poisoner. The poisoner corrupts an adjacent villager. Corrupted characters lie and their ability doesn't work, but they're still good. So now we have good characters in the game who are lying to us. And this is where it starts to get very complicated. But yeah, we have a witch, so we're not going to get our last card, and we have a wretch for sure. The confessor is dizzy, so we can no longer safely kill this confessor. If number 2 or number 8 is a poisoner and they have poisoned the confessor, then the confessor is telling us that they're dizzy, but they're still good. So this might be a corrupted confessor. The bard seems to agree. The bard is saying that he's 1 card away from a corrupted character. The hunter is saying 1 card away from the closest evil. So if you're evil, the hunter is telling the truth. Oh, the bard could still be telling the truth on the other side, though. Because if the confessor is evil, then 4 could be evil and poisoning 3. Let's see what 3 says. 3 is the wretch. The wretch can be corrupted. So if you're evil and you're the poisoner corrupting my wretch, then the bard is good. The knight. The knight doesn't tell us anything, but cannot die. If there was no corrupter in this game, I could safely attempt to kill the knight, and then if the knight died, it was an evil knight, and if it doesn't die, it was a good knight. Can this knight be corrupted? What would that mean? That would mean you're the poisoner, because the wretch can't be disguised as. So if the poisoner is 5, corrupting my knight, that means that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. Because that would mean both of these characters are lying. Right? Because you're saying one away from a corrupted character. But if the corrupted character is the knight, you must be lying. But you're still dizzy. And if you're not corrupt, you must be evil. But if you're evil and we're saying 5 is evil, then the bard would also have to be evil. So from that, I deduce the knight is not corrupted, and we can safely try to stab this knight. The logic goes, if you're corrupted, we're saying you're a poisoner. In that case, the bard is lying, because we only have one corrupted character. There's only one poisoner on the board. If the bard is lying, the bard has to be evil, because we know the bard can't have been corrupted. And that also means you're evil, because you cannot have been corrupted. So evil, 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 but then we've got 3 evils on the board, 1, 2, and 5, and that doesn't work. So from that, I deduce that 5 cannot be the poisoner, and the knight cannot be corrupted, and I'm going to try to stab this knight. And the knight is good. Okay. It's looking bad for the hunter. It's looking real bad for the hunter. We have a slayer. So the slayer, we point him at another character. If the character is evil, it dies. If it's not evil, it survives. And if he's lying, he'll say he can't kill the target. So we're saying the hunter, in this scenario right now, the hunter is evil. The hunter is the poisoner, making the confessor dizzy. So why don't we have our slayer try to kill this hunter? And there's the poisoner. So that means you're good. Yeah, it means the bard's good. Can you be evil? If you're evil, the bard also has to be evil, which we know can't happen because we don't have enough evil. So yeah, the bard is good, the wretch is good, the slayer is good. Yeah, we just need to find out what's going on over on this side. 4 cards away from the closest evil. You're lying. Who's our we don't get this card, it's a witch, but you must be lying, right? Because you're saying this confessor is evil. We know the confessor is not evil. We know the confessor is corrupted. In fact, we can prove the confessor is corrupted because the slayer worked, which means the slayer is not corrupted, and you must have corrupted someone adjacent to you. So you must have corrupted my confessor, and you are pointing at my confessor, which means, sir, you are... We got double huntered on that round. Evil's like, hey, let's be hunters today. Okay, we might have a fortune teller or an oracle now. Yeah, this card is still bugged. We're getting the wrong tooltip when we pop over it, and I can't right-click it to get to the info screen. So something is still buggy about this card. Who do we have? We've got a poisoner and Ba. So we've got a bombardier or a wretch, but not both, thanks to Ba. And then the poisoner is going to corrupt one person. So if 8 or 2 are the poisoner and they poison my knight, it's not safe to try to poison the knight. 2 cards away from a corrupted character. So you're saying 4 or 8 is corrupted. There's the bombardier. The bombardier could be corrupted. There's a slayer. Tell me about 8. The jester. Hunter. So you're saying either the bombardier or number 7, who's a medium. You're saying I've got a real slayer. And there's the wretch. So you're lying. Must be lying. Because otherwise you'd be reading this wretch. What if you're not evil and you're just corrupted, though? That would mean the slayer must be the poisoner, which means the medium would be... who is it? Ba? It's Ba. But then the bard would be lying, and that doesn't work. So let's follow that logic one more time. If you're evil, because we know that you're not telling the truth because of the wretch. So you're either evil or you're corrupted. We just have to figure out which. You're sus. If you're evil, that doesn't tell us much of anything. If you're corrupted, that tells us the Slayer is the poisoner. Which means Ba is the medium, but that doesn't work because the Bard would then have to be telling the truth, and the Bard is too far away from the Hunter. So you're not corrupted. You're either... Well, you're not a villager, are you? You must be evil. You have to be. Because you cannot be corrupted. And I'm going to just murder you. Love that for me. So we got Ba. We're still looking for the poisoner. The Jester will read the Wretch's evil. Can I... We have a known evil here. But we've got a known evil and then something we know will ping as evil to the Jester. Well, let's do this. Let's pick yourself and then the two known evils. What do you think? Okay, so you're telling me there are two evils. We know for a fact there are two. Can you be lying? Can you be the evil one? Because then you're lying. You're telling me there's two when there's three. If you're evil, you're the poisoner. You could have poisoned my knight and I would never know. But then the Bard is lying. In fact, you can't be the poisoner if the Bard is telling the truth. Does that check out? Yeah, because if you're the poisoner and you've poisoned my medium, then the Slayer would have to be evil. But you can't be, because we're saying the poisoner is up here. So I think the Slayer is good and the Jester is good. I think the Jester's on the up and up. I think the Slayer's on the up and up. So the Knight could be the poisoner and has poisoned the Bard. Is there any universe where you're evil? No. Because you can't be a poisoner. You can't be a poisoner because of this Bard we've just determined. So you can't be lying. You must be telling the truth. If you're evil, then you're lying about the Slayer, which would make the Slayer also evil, but we don't have enough evils. So you're telling the truth. You're a real Slayer. I think I like that reasoning. And then we think you're telling the truth as well. So, Poisoner here has poisoned the Bard. That checks out. Or Poisoner here poisoned the Knight. That also checks out. So I think what we do is we try to have the Slayer kill the Bard. Couldn't kill number 2. Number 2 is corrupt because either the Knight or the Bombardier poisoned him. Who did it? Who poisoned my Bard? Here's the problem. We're out of cards and we're out of logical threats. If we try to kill the Bombardier and they're not evil, we lose. If we try to kill the Knights and they're not evil, we lose, like, we don't lose the game, but we lose most of our health. I can't read the Knight. There we go. If I'm executed while corrupted, I deal 4 damage to you. So if you're the poisoner and you've corrupted my Knight, I think we'll take 4 damage. Yeah, let's just try killing the Knight. We've tried killing the Bard. You're saying the Bard is not... So, yeah, the poisoner is either the Knight or the Bombardier, and it's not safe to try to kill the Bombardier. So we try to kill the Knight. Didn't work. Knight's on the up and up. That just leaves the Bombardier. Got him. Oh, we got a Knight skin with sunglasses. I like it. I like that Knight. Plague Doctor and Alchemist. Things are starting to get real crazy. Okay, so I've got 2 evils. Either a Bombardier or a Plague Doctor. Plague Doctor is a good character that corrupts another character. So it's possible we have both the Plague Doctor and the Poisoner, which means we've got 2 good lying characters. And this is how this game is going to go. Oh, we've got the Plague Doctor. Okay, so the Plague Doctor If it's a real plague doctor, could be an evil character masquerading as the plague doctor. All right, we've got no witch, so we can flip all the cards and see what we're working with here. Oh, we got a second. We can't. Okay, we can't have two plague doctors. There can't be. The only way to have a duplicate character with this layout is if one of them is evil. So if you're the poisoner and you've corrupted my plague doctor, then my plague doctor hasn't poisoned anyone. Because their ability doesn't work. We've got a knight. Knight can't die. The knitter is saying the evils are not adjacent to each other. The empress is saying one of the plague doctor, the knight, or the enlightened is evil. You're saying the closest evil is to your left. You're saying you cured two corruptions. So the alchemist looks at cards 2 to the left and 2 to the right, and if any of them are corrupt, he cures them. So if you're telling the truth, then neither of my plague doctors are corrupted, which means my plague doctor has corrupted someone. We know that there could be two corrupted characters, because somebody sitting next to the poisoner is corrupt, and one of the plague doctor has corrupted someone. Okay. Now we need to start untangling this. So the plague doctor has an ability. If we find a character who's corrupt, they'll point to an evil character. So if we can suss out who is corrupt, the real plague doctor will tell us an evil character. So what we can do is try to have both plague doctors point to the same person and see if we get the same answer. If the alchemist is on the up and up, we have no corrupted characters. We've got two corruptors, the plague doctor and the poisoner. The alchemist is saying, I took care of all that. So you're saying no good characters are lying if you're telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, you're saying this plague doctor is evil or the alchemist is evil. Because if this plague doctor was evil and you're telling the truth, we've got two evil characters, so that's 1, 2 to this direction. So good and good. But then this would also be good and good, which would make the knight evil, which you would say equidistant. So if you're telling the truth, you're talking about this plague doctor. And you're telling me about this knight as well, if you're telling the truth. Between 1, 3, and 6. We're getting different opinions from here. You're saying this plague doctor's got to be evil, because if the alchemist, or the alchemist, I guess. What if you're evil? If you're evil and you didn't cure any corruptions, then I've got two corrupted characters on the board. And they could be anywhere. I almost want to have the plague doctors point at each other. Or is it better to have the plague doctors point at a character? If the alchemist is corrupt, he's just lying and he didn't do anything. If the alchemist is evil, he's just lying and he didn't do anything. We can't trust this alchemist at all. If we could exonerate this alchemist, we would learn a lot about this village. The plague doctors are going to disagree about what's going on with the alchemist. One of them has to be the poisoner. No, that's not true. One of them could be Ba. And our poisoner could be over here somewhere. Tell me about this alchemist. You're saying the alchemist is not corrupt. What do you say about the alchemist? You're saying the alchemist is corrupt and the enlightened is therefore evil. So we knew that the plague doctors were going to disagree. Which of these two things is more likely? If the alchemist is not corrupt, that would... If the alchemist is not corrupt, but the alchemist is evil, that means you're telling the truth because the alchemist is not corrupt. It means you're lying. If the alchemist is a villager, that means you're telling the truth and you're lying. Can the alchemist be a corrupted villager? No. Well, yeah, because then you'd be telling the truth and you'd be lying if you're corrupted. This is a tricky one. Can you be evil? If you're evil, then the actual evils are on the other side of you here. So for this scenario, we're assuming you're telling the truth and you're lying, which means you're corrupted. We can't trust anything you're saying, which means you've got two good lying characters on the board. If you're evil, that complicates things mightily. You're saying 1, 3, or 6. If you're evil, that exonerates the Empress. If you're evil, that exonerates the Empress, and it means you're evil. Right? Yeah, because if you're evil, that means this is corrupted and this is evil. Does that make sense? No. Because if you're evil and you're evil, you're pointed the right direction. You could be corrupt, though. I don't know if we untangle this without taking a shot at somebody. We know it's one of the two plague doctors. I'm thinking we just take a shot at a plague doctor and see what we see. Which plague doctor gives me more information? If the alchemist is not corrupt, that's more helpful to us than if the alchemist is corrupt. But not corrupt doesn't mean not evil. You're saying 1, 3, or 6. Let's see. Let's try to take a shot at this plague doctor. The plague doctor was not evil. We have slaughtered an innocent plague doctor. Which means we still can't trust what you've said, though. Because you could be corrupted. Well, that means you must be corrupt. Or must be evil. So yeah, okay. 7 is, you're saying this, he's corrupted, and 6 is evil. And you're saying, so yeah, we must not have any liars then. The alchemist took care of all the corruption. If the poisoner poisoned this plague doctor, the alchemist took care of it. If the poisoner poisoned the knight, the alchemist couldn't have taken care of it. But the knight's not telling us anything anyway. For this to be true, this can't be true. This has to be false. Either you're corrupted or you're evil. You can't be corrupted, though, because the alchemist cured you. You must be evil. Because this is saying that the poisoner is 2 cards away. That's the closest evil, right? But there's 2 evils. So the other evil must be this knight. But then it would say equidistant. So the knight must be good. That exonerates the knitter. That means the Empress is corrupted but not evil. No, you're pointing at 6. That means... Yeah, I think the Enlightened's got to go. I ran out of health. Ba was my alchemist. I have lost the game. We had so many liars on the board. I thought I had looked at the case of you being evil and ruled it out somehow. Alright, we've lost one heart. We've got a poisoner and a witch. And one of Bombardier or Plague Doctor. Saying you've got an evil adjacent. You're saying the evil is this way. There's a fortune teller. If you're telling the truth and the enlightened is evil, that checks out. If you're telling the truth and you're evil, these would both... We get an evil reading off here, so not enough information yet. Oh good, the Bombardier. Evils are not adjacent to each other, as far as we know. There's a second lover. And that's my last card. So to get it... We don't have a Plague Doctor, so nobody... Oh, we do have a Poisoner, though. So there's going to be one corrupted villager. One of the lovers is naughty. Could both lovers be evil? I almost want to ask the fortune teller about the two lovers. Because one of the lovers is evil, and we're just looking for one other character. But if this is the evil lover, and you've poisoned my fortune teller, then I can't trust what she says. If this lover is evil, let's look at that case. She's saying no evils adjacent to her, which would make either the scout or the knitter evil. But they would both have to be lying. So if you're the poisoner and you... So yeah, if this character is lying to me, then both of these characters must be lying, right? Because if you're evil... That means there's at least one evil adjacent to you. If it's here, then both the knitter and the scout are lying. If it's here, then both the knitter and the scout are lying. If you're evil, then there's another evil here, or you've been corrupted. So Poisoner could have corrupted either of these. And I'm also looking for a witch. Oh, a witch doesn't have an ability now. It just means I can't flip that card. Okay. Fortune teller is going to say 0, 1, or 2. I'm going to check my levers. Is 1 or 5 evil? False. We know that's not true. So if you're evil, that checks out. If you're evil, neither of these can be. Because they would have to be either both evil or neither evil. And we can't both be evil because we only have 2 evils on the board. So, if you're evil, that exonerates both the fortune teller and the enlightened. If you're evil, the fortune teller must be corrupt. Which could check out because we got a poisoner and like a poisoner here. But that takes my corrupted character. You're saying, so if that's evil, then the other evil must be 7 or 3 as per the scout. The knitter then checks out, and this other lover checks out. And that means you're corrupt. Either way, you're corrupt. If you're the witch, that exonerates the fortune teller and the enlightened. Neither are evil, but the fortune teller is still corrupt. And the only other place the poisoner can go is 7. I think it's got to be 1 and 7. It doesn't make sense for you to be evil. Does it? Let's take a look at that real quick. Or if you're evil, then you're still corrupt. So if you're the witch, the poisoner must be here. If you're the poisoner, the witch must be here. Does that... If you're the witch... The poisoner must be here, poisoning the fortune teller, who we know is corrupt. That exonerates the scout, because the witch is 2 cards away from the poisoner, and it exonerates the knitter, because the poisoner and the witch are not next to each other. But this enlightened would then say equidistant, because we're saying that you're evil, and you're 3 cards away, and you're evil, and you're 3 cards away. So that doesn't work if you're the witch. If you're the poisoner, that means the witch must go here, but you're still corrupt. So that doesn't work on its face. You can't be evil. I'm killing this other lover. Ha ha ha. So you've poisoned my fortune teller, and that leaves a plague doctor. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How did we get 2 outcasts in the deck? It's got to be the bombardier then. It's the one case I didn't look at. I wasn't paying any attention to the bombardier. Well, it has to be the bombardier. No, it can't be. It's got to be this enlightened, doesn't it? How did we get a plague doctor and a bombardier? It says we only have 1 outcast. Current deck. We're only supposed to have 1 out. I thought that's what that meant. Maybe that means that... Yeah, it says we have 5 villagers, an outcast, and 2 minions. So if this is our 1 outcast, then the bombardier must be the other minion. Ah, goodness. Yeah, unfortunately, if you lose a village, it doesn't show you the logic you were supposed to follow. I don't even know how the logic works. Both of these are just going to complicate everything a lot. We'll just see who we have. So we've got 1 outcast in the deck. It's one of these 4. So the Chancellor sits down and turns one of my villagers into a 2nd outcast. So even though this says we have 1 outcast at the table, we've actually got 2 because we know we've got a Chancellor around. And then Ba adds a fake outcast to this screen. So we're full up on outcasts. All right, we have a knitter. Evils are not adjacent to one another. Oh, there's a typo here. We'll just report that. We'll just send that. I'm improving the game, you guys. All right, we got a gesture. Bard is saying no corrupted characters. For that to be true, we cannot see a plague doctor. So if we flip a plague doctor, we either know the Bard is lying, or we know it's not really a plague doctor. I guess we'll find out which. There's a lover. Lover is saying nothing evil around her. There's a bombardier. So there's one of the outcasts we're expecting. There's the plague doctor. There's some interplay happening here. You're saying there's no corrupted characters. For that to be true, this plague doctor must be full of crap. Because we don't have an alchemist even at the... Like, there's not an alchemist with an eye shot. So... one of these is evil. The hunter is saying he's sitting next to evil. The enlightened is saying evil is this way. Okay, so this checks out. You are a true outcast because you cannot be disguised as. That means you check out. Because if the hunter was evil, you would say equal. Oh, the hunter might be. What if the hunter is evil? Then you'd both have to be evil. Could that work? Yes. You could be the Chancellor who generated this wretch, and then Ba could be here. Okay, so we don't actually know that for sure. You're saying... We're going to use this gesture in a minute, I think. If we use the Jester on the 3 outcasts, we know one is evil. Has to be, because we've only got 2 possible outcasts at the table. We got 1 from the deck, and we've got 1 from this Chancellor. So the 3rd outcast is evil, and the Wretch will read as evil. So this Jester, if we point at the 3 outcasts, needs to say 2 evils. Seeing the Wretch, and then seeing the evil hiding. So let's see what the Jester says about my outcasts. He's saying 3 evils. That can't possibly be the case. Okay, it's looking bad for the Jester and the Plague Doctor. The Jester can't be telling the truth. Can the Jester... So if the Jester is definitely not telling the truth, this is just a false statement. We know that for a fact. Does that mean the Jester is evil? Let's look at the case where the Jester is corrupt. If the Jester is corrupt, we're saying this is a legitimate Plague Doctor who has corrupted the Jester. The Plague Doctor's got the ability we could use, but I don't think we can trust anything the Plague Doctor says. I don't think we'll get any useful data out of that. So, okay, if this is a real Plague Doctor, right, and this is a corrupt Jester, this Bard is lying. So that would make the Bard evil. And it would make the Bombardier evil. But then this Lover is big lying, and there's no other way she could lie. So if you're corrupt, you're on the up and up. That makes you evil, and it makes you evil, but we know that can't be the case, because there's no other way to make this Lover into a liar. So you can't be corrupt. You must be evil. It's look the Jester and the Plague Doctor, right? What if it's a legitimate Plague Doctor and the Bombardier is evil? Then it would be the Bombardier. Well, okay, let's look at that. If you're evil, that means you're real and you've corrupted someone. You could have corrupted the Bard in that case. That checks out, I guess. You check out. You're 1 card away from the closest evil. Yeah, it's looking bad for the Jester and the Plague Doctor. Because if you're... We've ruled out the case where you're corrupt, but if you're evil... There's too many liars left on the board. What if you're... Okay, if you're evil... then you're pointing at the Plague Doctor. I can't see a world where you can be evil, but then the Hunter and the Lover are both lying. Does that make sense? This Jester's got to go. And then from there, it's got to be the Plague Doctor, right? Otherwise, we have too many liars. I don't think anybody else on the board is lying. We just can't... If any of these people are lying, we have to create too many liars that we can possibly do. So I think this Plague Doctor just got to go. If you're evil... then the Lover's lying. If the Lover's lying and you're evil, that means you've corrupted her. But then the Hunter is lying, right? You see how that works? And the Bard is lying. So it just doesn't work. The Plague Doctor's got to go. Boom. So we got the Wretch from the deck, and then the Chancellor turned whatever this villager was into a Bombardier. Oh boy, a drunk. It's always fun. All right, we have a drunk in the deck now. The drunk is a good character, but they disguise as a random, not in play villager, and they're corrupted, and they're lie, and they can't be cured. But we take less damage if we execute the drunk. So what the drunk is saying is that okay, we've got 5 villagers at the table. but there's 7 potential villagers in the deck. The drunk is going to pretend to be a villager we don't legitimately have in the deck. We have 3 evils. None of them have abilities. They're minions and Ba. Okay. So we can be corrupted. Yes, because we got a Plague Doctor potentially in the deck. So one of these outcasts is fake. One of these outcasts is not in my deck at all. These characters don't tell me anything right off the bat. Gem Cutter is saying number 9 is good. You're saying the closest evil is that way. The Lover is saying that there's somebody evil next to her. The Oracle is saying 8 or 9 is a minion. The Alchemist cured nothing. And then we... Okay, so the only corruptor we've got would be... This has to be a true statement. There's not a Plague Doctor on the board. So the Plague Doctor didn't corrupt anyone. We don't have a corrupting evil on the board. The only possible source of corruption would be a drunk, and the drunk can't be cured. This must be a true statement, which means the Alchemist must be on the up and up. We do have 2 druids, which is interesting. So neither of these druids can be the drunk. Does that make sense? Because the drunk disguises as a not in play villager. If we have a druid, that means the druid is in play. The other druid can't be a drunk. So one of these druids is evil. And nobody can be corrupted on the board unless they're the drunk. The Alchemist can't be the drunk. Actually, we don't have a drunk. We can't have a drunk because this Bombardier is here. The Bombardier could be a minion and then the... Okay, I see what's happening. We have 1 outcast on the board. I was thinking we see the outcast right here, which means we don't have a drunk. But if this is a minion, then we do have another outcast somewhere, which means we've got a drunk somewhere. Okay, so that line of logic doesn't work. Then... the druid will tell us 1 random outcast among 3 characters. If we have both druids look at both druids and the Bombardier, we should get some information there. I'm going to step away for just 2 minutes and get myself a fresh drink. I'll be right back. Okay, I got the other half of my fizzy drink from when I was playing this last night. Okay, so the druids can find outcasts. So I think we have both druids. Must one of the druids be the drunk? Hold on, that's an interesting question. We only have 1 possible outcast on the board. One of them could be a minion disguised as a second druid. Okay, so no, we can't say for sure we've even got a drunk on the board. I'm going to have both druids look at each other and the Bombardier. You're saying no outcasts at all. Could that be true? If you're a minion and you're a minion, and then we've got a drunk somewhere else on the board. So that could be true. What do you think? You agree. How could you both agree? No. That doesn't make sense. You can't both agree like that. I think you both have to be liars. I think that's the case, right? Number 9 is good. Closest evil is clockwise, but that would make you a liar. But I do have a third minion. It could be Druid, Enlightened. Pick 2, see if anybody's evil. Oh, you're saying there's an evil adjacent to you. You're saying 8 or 9 is a minion, which is kind of what we're looking at. Yeah, let's have you look at the druids. The only way these two druids can agree is if they're both minions. They can't be a minion and a drunk. Could they? Minion, drunk. Oh, I guess they could. This could also be a minion. Minion, drunk, minion. And then the enlightened checks out. I think the fortune teller checked. Let's look at any case where the fortune teller is not lying or not telling the truth. If this statement is a lie, is 2 or 8 evil true? If that statement's a lie and 2 and 8 are both good, one of them, because they're all saying there's no outcasts among them, which means they're saying that this is not a bombardier and that neither of the druids is drunk, right? But they can't both be saying the same thing. I can't have 2 druids. I don't have any way to duplicate characters without a minion or a drunk. So you can't both be truth-telling villagers. One of you has to be lying, and one of you has to be drunk, or both of you have to be minions. Minion. And then the lie would be that this is a correct bombardier, right? In any case, I think this fortune teller is exonerated. Now, if there's a minion amongst the druids, and I think there has to be, the enlightened is saying that it's this one. The oracle is saying it's this one. I'm looking for any situation where either of my druids is telling the truth. I don't think that if either druid was telling the truth, then the 2 druids would disagree with each other because we have the druids look at the exact same thing. If either of these druids were villagers, then there'd be disagreement between the 2, right? They have to both be lying and they have to both be telling the same lie. And the only way that makes sense is if there's 2 minions or a minion and a drunk. But if there's 2 minions, let me look at the drunk real quick. Disguised as a random, not in play villager. This bombardier can't be a drunk. So if they're minion and minion, then you would have to be an outcast, and that makes both of your statements a lie. That checks out. So minion works. If it's minion drunk, that still checks out because it's still a lie. Okay. One of the druids is going down. You're saying I can trust the enlightened. You're saying there's an evil next to you. Am I still looking for a drunk? Who am I looking for? Oh, just the minion and the twin minion. So none of my evils have any abilities at this point. They've already done all the damage they're going to do. Okay. If you're lying, that means you're lying. Nobody can be corrupt. There's no corruption except the drunk. Okay. If you're a minion, that means you're a minion. And then I've got my third minion amongst the druids. Does that work? If it's 8, 9, and 3, you're checked out, you've checked out. That means you're a drunk. It has to. Because if we're saying minion, 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 then you're the drunk. You're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. So that works. If you're bad. If you're good, that means you're good. I think we have to make that. I think we have to assume that. If you're good, then you're the minion and you're a drunk. So you can't, there's no situation where you're good and you're a drunk. If you're good and you're lying because you're a drunk, that means the minion is over here. Right? And then this would be another minion. And then we're out of care. Oh, the bombardier's still down there. If you're good and you're a drunk, that means you're lying to me. Which means this is a minion. And this, they would both have to be minion if you're a drunk. We might just have to take a shot at one of these druids and untangle it from there. What about this lover? So if you're good, I have to make too many assumptions if I want to try to say anything about this lover. If you're evil, and you're evil, and one of the druids is evil, that works for me. The lover is then exonerated. You're exonerated. You were exonerated at the start. You're exonerated at the start. And then I still have to take a shot at a druid. I can't get more information about druids. I just got to take a shot at a druid. We're going to shoot this druid. Good. So that's looking like it's true if this druid is the drunk. So if this is true, then this is true. And then you're drunk. If this is true, then you're lying. If you're a minion, you could be a drunk. At which point you're telling the truth. And you're lying. I've got a couple of cases here that both work. And I'm wondering if I just have to take a second shot to find out. I wish the fortune teller told us if both of them were true. But no, only tells us if there's an evil among one of the two we picked. If you're good, then you're good. Which means you're the drunk. Good and drunk makes you the minion, but then you're lying. And we don't have another way to make you a liar. Good, good. That makes you a drunk, because otherwise you'd be the enlightened be pointing in a direction. That makes you a minion, and you a minion. In that case, if you're good. If you're evil, that fulfills the lover. We should be looking at it in terms of if the gemcrafter is good or evil. We should be looking at it in terms of if the gemcrafter's information is good. Because this statement, number 9 is good, would be bad if she's an evil or a drunk. And it looks like the enlightened is probably good. I will sit here and suss over things like this for hours. If there's only one outcast, I should assume there's no drunk or the bombardier is fake, right? If we have a drunk, yes, the bombardier is fake. If we have a drunk. This might not be a drunk. This might be another minion. So if this druid is also a minion, then the enlightened is bad. You see, you know what? Maybe, I don't think that works. If the druid is a minion, then the enlightened is pointing the wrong way. You see? And if the enlightened is also so these could both be minions, but then the gemcraft would also have to be a minion. This is what I'm assuming here is that there's no drunk on the board. But I guess, yeah, if we're assuming there is a drunk on the board, this bombardier's got to be fake. Which would... So if you're a minion, then you're telling the truth. You're seeing yourself as the drunk. So you're lying about there being no outcast. You're seeing the drunk, so you're lying about there being no outcasts. If there's a drunk on the board, you're fake. So can we rule that out? We need to look at any case. Assume the bombardier is on the up and up and there is no drunk. Then you have to be a minion. Have to be. Which means you also have to be a minion in that case. Because you're pointing the wrong direction otherwise. The oracle then checks out, but then the lover is lying. If there's no drunk, I think we run into a contradiction. Because we're saying you're a minion, which would make you a minion. Now we're out of minions. But if you're a minion, then you're lying, and now we're up to 5 minions, and there's just not. So, there's a drunk on the board. And if there's a drunk on the board, we have to shoot the bombardier. And you never want to shoot the bombardier. It was a minion. That was the trick. So we have a drunk on the board. Okay. So the lover is exonerated. And the gemcrafter is exonerated. Because if you're telling the truth, then you're telling the truth. And if you're telling the truth, then you're telling the truth. And if you're telling the truth, then you're the drunk. Which means you're exonerated. And that just leaves the oracle, who's saying that there's a minion up here, but we know that's a lie, and now we have a dead oracle on our hands. Puka! So a new kind of demon that corrupts 2 villagers adjacent to them. So we have 1 outcast, and it's going to be a plague doctor. We've got a witch and a puka, so I can't turn all my cards over. There's a knight. We're saying that 9 is a real confessor. That could be good information. The confessor is saying she's dizzy. Okay. Got a jester. You're saying 9 is good. You're saying 9 is good. The confessor is saying she's dizzy. So, if you're a minion, then both of you are lying. But we've got 2 liars on the board. We've got 5 liars on the board. Because you're going to lie, you're going to turn someone into a liar, and you're going to turn 2 people into a... 5 of my 9 villagers are lying. Oh boy. Confessor is saying she's dizzy, which probably means she's corrupted. She could have been corrupted by the plague doctor, or she could be corrupted because she's sitting next to Puka. Or she could be a minion herself. We're just going to have to flip the rest of the cards. The alchemist is saying, I cured 1 corruption. There are 3 corrupt characters on the board, Okay, so we're just saying one of them is sitting close to the alchemist, if you're telling the truth. We got a fortune teller to make use of. You're saying 9 or 3 is evil. And then that would make all the evil on this side of the board, if that's the case. And I can't flip you because I've got a witch. All right. Pick 2 characters, learn if any of them are evil. We didn't see our plague doctor, so you must be the plague doctor. Because there's nothing here that would disguise a plague doctor that I can see. And we know we've got 1 outcast, and there's only 1 outcast in the deck. So the plague doctor is sitting here, which means that we don't kill that. Pick 2 characters, learn if one is evil. You're saying either the Confessor or the Gem Crafter is evil, and then the other one has to be the Knight or the Medium. I can't just take a shot at this Knight because the Knight might be corrupt. If you're evil, do we run into a contradiction? Who are my evils are a witch and a puka. Okay. Let's start with the Gem Crafter, actually, because the Hunter is pointing at the Gem Crafter. Let's say the Hunter is on the up and up. Do we run into a contradiction? You're saying 9 is good. The Confessor is saying she's dizzy in this case. Which means she must be corrupt. So the Fortune Teller tells us if any characters are evil between 2, and the Jester tells us how many are evil between 3. Interesting. We know you're not evil. This is looking interesting. If we can confirm any of this information, we can confirm all of this information. Right? Because if you're good, then you're telling the truth, and you're telling the truth. If you're evil, then you're lying, and you're lying. If you're corrupt, well, if you're corrupt, you're good. So if you're good, then they're both good. If you're evil, they're both evil. Can you therefore be evil? If the Confessor is evil, they're both lying. One of them could be hitting... that could work, because the Plague Doctor might have hit one of them, and then the Confessor got the other one. Well, but they're sitting close to an alchemist, and he says he cured 1 corruption. If the alchemist is telling the truth, everybody here is telling the truth. There can't be any corruptors unless they're evil. We should try to see if we can get the Jester and the Fortune Teller to agree on something. Because the Jester will pick 3 characters and he'll say how many are evil. The Fortune Teller will pick 2 characters and she'll say if either of them are evil. When I was playing this last night, Saul, I was thinking like, oh yeah, no, Saul would be all over this game. So I think we try to get the Jester and the Fortune Teller to agree on something. So why don't we point the Jester at... I kind of want to point at characters around the Alchemist. I kind of want to get this trifecta here. Alchemist, Gemcrafter, Medium, right? Let's see if the Jester likes any of them. The Jester is saying they're 1 evil here. If the Alchemist is evil, then there's 3 corrupt characters on the board. And the Fortune Teller says that they check out. Okay, so they do agree, potentially. They could be saying the Alchemist is evil, right? If the Fortune Teller is on the up and up, and neither of them are evil, The Jester could still be evil in that case. If the Jester's evil, the Hunter is lying. We have a lot of liars on the board here. I don't even think I've quite understand the game's depth yet. I got to around this. I got to, I think, a few cards beyond this. They're going to introduce a couple more cards. I'm not sure if I've seen all the cards available in the demo or not. But I played this last night until I was falling asleep at my desk. If you're evil, then we've got 2 liars. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 liars total. If you're evil, I've got 4 more liars. And then these 2 are liars. And this is a liar. Because, okay, if you're lying, evil, in that case, you could be telling the truth, I suppose. If you're evil, lying, and then you could be evil, and that would still fulfill the gesture. So there's a world in where the Confessor is evil, the Medium and Gem Crafter are good liars, and the Alchemist is evil, and that makes everything else make sense. In that world, the Hunter is also a liar, but I do have a spare liar in that case. This is why they give you hit points. Because eventually we might just have to take a shot. If the Confessor is good... See, we know you're a plague doctor, so anybody could be a liar, not just the one sitting next to Puka. That's kind of how I roll, too. I'm looking for, can I make this story, can I make a contradiction happen? If I run into a contradiction, I know the story I'm looking at doesn't work. So there's a world where I take a shot at the Confessor and try to unravel something. The Confessor would tell me something about the Medium, the Gem Crafter, the Confessor, and the Hunter. So taking a shot at the Confessor would not be the worst thing in the world. If I kill the Confessor and she's good, then we know she's lying. But we know that they're not lying. And we know that the Hunter is... So if we kill the Confessor and she's good, I've got a liar here and 2 truth tellers here. If I kill the Confessor and she's evil, then I've got 2 liars here and a truth teller here. I think taking a shot at the Confessor is worth it. That's what I'm going to do. The Witch. So you are lying, which means you're lying, which means you're lying. So you are not corrupted unless... Well, you could be sitting next to Puka here. You're only corrupted if the Plague Doctor got to you. You are exonerated. You're good. You're saying 9 is good, but 9 is not good. You're saying 9 is a Confessor, but 9's not a Confessor. We've got 2 liars sitting next to each other. It could be Puka and the person sitting next to Puka. It could be Puka and somebody who was targeted by the Plague Doctor. Now I'm looking at taking a shot at the Knight. Because if Puka is here... I think attacking a corrupted Knight would bring us down to 1 hit point. Does he have a sword just poking out of his body? I didn't see that before. That's pretty metal. If you're Puka, then you're corrupted and you're corrupted. And then you were targeted by the Plague Doctor. Has to be. If you're Puka, corrupted, but you're saying you cured corruption. But we know that the gem crafter is lying. So if the medium is Puka, the gem crafter is corrupted, the alchemist is lying because he was targeted by the plague doctor. Is everyone else telling the truth in that case? No. Fortune teller saying the medium's not Puka, and I don't have another liar, do I? Because if you're Puka, I've got a liar, and then you're a liar from the plague doctor, and now I'm out of liars. So you can't be Puka. Did everybody else follow that, or did I not make any sense? If you're Puka, then you're lying. That explains your lie. And then you could be targeted by the plague doctor, but then how are you lying, right? The fact that both of these people are lying makes this alchemist look real suspicious. The alchemist is... I think it's going to all unravel with the alchemist. I think the alchemist is either corrupt or evil. You exonerate the gesture and the... Hold on. Yeah, you exonerate the fortune teller and the alchemist and the jester. Because you're 3 cards away from the closest evil, which is this witch. Okay, no, that helps a lot. So Puka is over here somewhere. You could be Puka. In which case, you got corrupted and didn't cure anybody. You got corrupted, which explains your lie. So if you're Puka, but then you're lying, I don't think that makes sense. If you're Puka, so we have 5 lies we need to account for. The witch is 1, Puka is a second, 3, 4, and then the plague doctor targeted someone. Okay, so you could be Puka, and the plague doctor could have got the fortune teller, and then the jester would be telling the truth. Would you say you're equidistant? Maybe the gem cutter can't be. Would he say he's equidistant from the closest evil if he's got 2 cards in his sights? That makes me think you're Puka. Because if you're Puka, you corrupted the knight and the gem crafter. The plague doctor targeted the alchemists, but then you're not. Then we have a lie unaccounted for. If you're Puka, then we're down 1 liar because you can't corrupt the witch. You've corrupted the medium, but then we have a lie unaccounted for here. I don't think the knight or the medium work. I think it has to be the gem crafter. If you're Puka, you're lying and you're lying. That's accounted for. And we know you didn't get cured in any event. Which means you're targeted, but then you're lying. So you can't be Puka. If you're Puka, you're lying and you're lying. Those are both accounted for. And then you got plague doctored. And then you're telling the truth. I think it's got to be the gem crafter. Have I sussed it out correctly? Let's find out. I got Puka. We have a baker and an architect. And we've ascended to the next village, whatever that means. All right, we have Puka and a chancellor to look for. And then we have a real architect. So the architect just tells us which side of the circle are more evil. I've got 1 outcast, and we've got either a drunk or a doppel. Oh, we're going to have 2 outcasts on the board because we got the chancellor's going to sit down and make a second one. And but it's, doppelganger is very, just kind of duplicates another villager. So this could get out of control real quick. This Baker says she was an oracle. So I think the way the Baker works is when all the cards are turned over, they're whatever they are. But when you flip a Baker, it changes another villager into a Baker. And then it tells you what they used to be. But I think if you flip a Baker and like your first card, and it says they used to be something else, well, this can't be a transformed Baker because we haven't flipped a Baker yet to convert anybody, right? So this is a lying Baker. Or a drunk. Could be a drunk, could be sitting next to Puka. We just don't know. We've got a judge. You're saying the left side is more evil. We have a druid. You're saying the right side is more evil. We have another druid. And a lover. Okay. One of the architects is lying, for sure, because you're saying that side is evil. You're saying this side is evil. What that tells me is I do not have an architect and then a doppelganger, right? So we know we have two outcasts at the table, and there's only two outcasts in the deck. I don't know if the Chancellor can create two doppelgangers, or if the Chancellor has to create a doppelganger and a drunk. But there's... one of them has to be lying, which means they're either evil or sitting next to Puka. They can't be a drunk. Well, I guess they could be a drunk. This Baker is definitely lying, because we would see a second Baker. You're saying that the evils are next to you. You'll help me suss out outcasts. You'll help me suss out outcasts. So I know for a fact that the Baker is lying. Has to be lying. The first Baker you reveal will not say they used to be something else. Doesn't matter if she's evil or if she's corrupted. I don't know, but I know she's lying, which means I can test the judge. Judge says the Baker's telling the truth, so now the judge is lying. How many liars do we have? Only two, right? Plus the drunk. Okay, so we've got three liars, potentially. So you're lying, and you're lying. We're going to have to see what information we get from the druids. So we've got two architects and two druids. So either we've got doppelganger... well, now wait a minute. You could be the real architect, and then you could be a doppelganger created by the Chancellor here. And then the real doppelganger is, like, between these druids. That could be the case. That's the only case, actually. I don't think you can ever be evil, is what I'm getting at here. You could be a drunk. Could you be evil? Because the duplicates are either the doppelganger we have in the deck. Oh, you can't be a drunk, because we've got another architect at the table. Okay. The judge could be a drunk. The Baker could be a drunk. And the Chancellor's giving us a second outcast. Okay. Let's have the druids look at themselves and this architect. So there's a doppelganger between 4, 5, and 6. Do you agree? You agree. That makes sense. I'm thinking this is a real druid and a doppelganger. And the fact that they both agree Could they be wrong? Could they be lying? Could we have a minion and then a second minion and then you're a drunk or something? But then we've got too many liars over here. I think we can trust these druids. I think the druids are telling the truth. Because they would either both have to be telling the truth or they would both have to be lying. And for them both to be lying, like this could be a minion and this could be Puka, I guess. Like a minion and then a Puka to druid, or the other way around. That could explain it. If this is a Puka druid, and then this is a minion, and then this is a drunk, then there would be no doppelgangers here, and that would all check out. But I don't think this can be a drunk. I don't think the drunk can duplicate anything. The drunk has to... a random not in play villager. So no, I don't think we can have a drunk amongst here. If we have a drunk, it's got to be on the other side of the board. Lover, Baker, or Judge. And Baker or Judge are both, like, this is just nonsense over here. If this lover is telling the truth, and we have a minion here and a minion here, do we hit a contradiction? This minion's lying, which means there's no doppelganger here. So it'd have to be a minion, and then this would have to be a Puka druid, right? She can't be the drunk, because the drunk can't duplicate somebody else in play. But it also couldn't be a Puka druid. If this druid is a minion, it would have to be the Chancellor. Because if it was Puka, then the lover would be lying. But we're presuming the lover's not lying, if you're telling the truth. This would have to be a minion. This would have to be a Puka'd druid. A real druid who's been Puka'd. Because we don't have another minion to put down there. And I just don't think that works. Does it? Because you could be Puka. But then you'd have to be lying. And you'd have to be... Oh, wait a minute. If the lover's telling the truth, we're saying the druid and the baker are minions. But then both architects would be lying. I think this lover is telling me a porky pie. I don't think she's on the up and up at all. This lover is either a minion or she's been Puka'd. It's really looking like these druids are OBKB. And it's really looking like one of these two is a minion of some kind. So if you're Puka, that explains why the lover is lying. That explains why the judge is lying. There's a doppelganger over here. They're saying one of the druids is the doppelganger. I'm thinking it's a druid and a doppelganger druid. They can't be saying this architect is a doppelganger because the only other way to duplicate a druid would be to make it a minion, and a minion wouldn't be telling me the truth. I really think we can lock them in. Because if they're both minions, I think it breaks. If you're a minion and you're a minion, you'd be lying because you're next to Puka. You'd be lying because you're next to Puka. You'd be telling the truth. Then we have a drunk, but then both of you are lying and we can't explain that. If you're Puka and you're... Well, if you're Puka, then, yeah, you'd have to be... They'd both have to be minions, wouldn't they? If they're lying. If you're the Chancellor and you're Puka, making this a Puka Druid, then both architects are wrong because there's one evil on each side. So you could be lying because you're Puka, but then you'd also be lying and we can't explain it. And you can't be the drunk. If you're Puka, like if this is the Chancellor and you're Puka, then you'd have to be the drunk. Because you're not a doppelganger. You're not copying anybody. But then you can't be lying. Yeah, I think the Druids are on the up and up. I think we exonerate the Druids. So between 4, 5, and 6, there's a doppelganger. Doesn't really matter which one's the doppelganger, but they're both telling the truth, which means you're not Puka. And because neither of them can be Puka, you're not lying. Or you're not corrupt. And you can't be the drunk because there's a second architect on the board. So I think this architect is telling the truth. If these two druids are telling the truth, there's no universe in which this architect is telling me a lie. Because it's not sitting next to Puka, which would corrupt it. It can't be a drunk, so there's a second architect on the board. Oh, it could be a minion. It could be the Chancellor who's created this second doppelganger. There could be a drunk over here and the Chancellor... Okay, so yeah, you could be lying in that sense. But then where do the minions go? You're saying the right side of the circle is more evil. If you're a minion, you'd be telling me the truth, and minions don't tell the truth. Nah, I think we're good. If you're a minion, then the left side of the circle would have to be more evil. Or they could be equidistant. I don't know what the architect says if there's an evil on both sides of the circle. I think we presume that this architect is telling the truth. So you're lying, and so all of you are lying in this universe. So one of you is a drunk, two of you are minions, and one of you is sitting next to Puka. So in this universe, you're not Puka and you're not Puka, because you'd be making your neighbors liars. You're lying for sure, you're lying for sure, you're lying for sure, you're lying for sure. Everybody's lying to me in this case. You could be a drunk, you could be a drunk, you could be a drunk. Can you be the Chancellor? You could be a Chancellor turning you into a doppelganger. Could you be Puka? No. If you're Puka, all this is accounted for no matter how I look at it. If you're Puka, that explains why you two are corrupted, and then you could be the Chancellor, turning you into a drunk. If you're Puka, that explains why both of you are lying, and then you can be the drunk. Puka and the Chancellor could be sitting next to each other, in which case they're still both lying, and then the drunk is just on the outskirts. I think we got to shoot somebody. And the problem is shooting anybody's not going to give us more information. It'll give us some information because we'll know where Puka and the Chancellor aren't, I guess. Are any of these more likely to be the drunk than not? They're all lying, but I think that happens no matter where you put Puka. If Puka's here, you're a liar, you're a Chancellor, and you're... Oh, you can't be the drunk. But you could be the drunk and you could be the Chancellor. If you're Puka, you could be the Chancellor, you could be the drunk. If you're Puka, you could be the Chancellor, you could be the drunk. And if you're Puka, then the Chancellor and drunk can go anywhere. So, Puka can be sitting anywhere. The Chancellor could be sitting anywhere. I got to take a shot at somebody, but I just don't know. Is it better to shoot somebody next to one of my truth-telling druids, or is it better to shoot somebody outside the circle? You can't be Puka, and you can't be Puka, if I'm presuming this is all correct, which I'm pretty sure I did right. So Puka's got to go in one of these spaces. Puka in either of these spaces makes both of them liars, regardless of their role. Then I think you have to be a minion. You must be the Chancellor turning this judge into a drunk. Don't you? Because the Chancellor is creating a drunk. And the Architect can't be the drunk, because the drunk's in play. In this situation, we're saying we don't have a judge in play. The Chancellor sat here and created this drunk. If this is Puka, it can't be Puka. This must be the Chancellor. Because we're saying this druid's telling the truth. Puka can't be sitting next to somebody telling the truth. So we're saying this must be the Chancellor, and this must be the drunk. Chancellor. This must be the drunk. So Puka is one of these two. Can I disambiguate this at all? Well, you can't be Puka, because then the druid would be lying. The baker must be Puka. The baker was corrupted. How? Oh, I've messed this up somewhere. How can that be? The only source of corruption is Puka. You can't be Puka because you're next to a Chancellor. Oh, the Chancellor could have created the doppelganger. That's what I missed. The drunk rolled over here, and then this Chancellor sat down and turned this druid into a doppelganger. That's what that's accounting for. So this can't be Puka, but this can be. No, he was drunk. Then I've messed this up somewhere, and I've only got one other person left to kill. Well, when you kill the drunk, you only take 2 damage. So whatever. We didn't lose by killing the. We would have typically lost by killing the drunk, or by killing somebody who's not the drunk. Because you kill somebody innocent, we take 5 damage, but the drunk only does 2. So it's got to be the lover then. The lover is Puka. So what happened here? So we were right with all of this. But why didn't you lie then? Why weren't you corrupt? I don't know that I understand this. My understanding of how Puka works, that doppelganger should have lied. Villagers adjacent to me are corrupted if possible. Maybe it's not possible to corrupt a doppelganger, but then I would expect to see that somewhere here. The Chancellor sat down and made this guy a drunk. That checks out. So I ruled Puka out of this case because I knew that this druid was telling the truth. I'm not sure I understand what happened here. Did anybody see anything that I missed? Because if Puka sat down here, that explains why this baker is lying. But then this druid should also have lied, right? Corrupt if possible. Villagers adjacent to me are corrupted. You're not a villager, you're an outcast. That's what happened. Puka cannot corrupt a doppelganger because a doppelganger is not a villager. A doppelganger is an outcast. That makes sense. So we rolled this doppelganger. Puka sat down, corrupted the baker, but not the doppelganger. So if we suss out who a doppelganger is and we know the doppelganger is not evil, they must be telling the truth. They can't be corrupted, at least not by Puka. And a friggin' drunk. Well, we got through it. Oh boy, there's more nonsense happening now. We have a judge. We have 2 minions. There's a shaman duplicating a villager. So we're going to see 2 villagers, and this time it might be the shaman doing it. And we've got Ba. We've got 1 outcast, either a wretch or a drunk, but we don't have anything that will put a second outcast on the board. Okay, so we should only be able to see 1 outcast. We got a slayer. There's a bishop. The bishop is saying between 2, 5, and 7, there's a villager, an outcast, and an evil. There's my wretch. I know the wretch is good. There's another slayer. Evils are not adjacent to each other, says the knitter. There's a druid. There's a confessor saying that the confessor is good. Okay. So the shaman is making a duplicate. So I think both of the slayers are good then, because the slayer is the only duplicate we have. We don't have anybody corrupting. I think both of my slayers are good. You're saying, but this doesn't make sense. The slayers are both villagers because they're the only duplicate we have. There's an outcast. Give me... Will the wretch read as an outcast? There are no outcasts. Wretch does not appear as an outcast. Oh, I could have read that instead of using the power. Oh, well. Okay. But, okay, so the druid's telling the truth. Evils are not adjacent to each other. Well, they can't be, because we've ruled out everybody else. So you must be telling the truth, which means the judge and the bishop are evil. So let's have this slayer attempt to kill this bishop. And let's have this slayer attempt to kill this judge. Ah, couldn't kill one. Why? The judge is telling the truth. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how the shaman works. There are 2 same villager roles in current village. So we have 2 legitimate slayers, is what I thought that meant. We know the judge is good because the judge confirmed what the slayer did. We know the wretch is good because it can't be disguised as. Evils are not adjacent to each other. Oh, because you could be lying. That's why. That's what I missed. If you're lying... Well, no, but then you're telling the truth. If you're evil, then the evils would have to be adjacent to each other, and they can't be. I've missed something here. I've missed something very important here. Okay. I killed evil with 3. We know that that worked. You're saying he's telling the truth. I can't mark you because you're a bugged card. The confessors, you're saying you're good. The wretch is always good. You're saying I couldn't kill one. But why? Well, no, because it's a villager. So, yeah, that's correct. Evils are not adjacent to each other. Oh, what have I missed here? This is a true statement. This is a true statement. This is a true statement. It only leaves the judge if this is true, though. What did I miss? So we know that's a lie. We know this is the truth because she thinks she's looking at two villagers and an evil because of the wretch. Evils are not adjacent to each other. That's just a necessity. Anywhere this evil is, it can't be the wretch. It can't be this slayer. So you must be telling the truth. Oof. What have I done? I mean, I caught the one character. The other one I'm looking for is this shaman. There's two reasons a slayer would fail to kill a target. If it's evil, it won't kill its target. It'll just report that it couldn't. If its target is good, it won't kill it. So if the judge is good, that would explain this. If the judge is evil, you would also have to be evil to explain this. I feel like I've exonerated everybody. The wretch does not appear as an outcast. So yeah, everybody's exonerated. What am I missing? I looked at 2, 4, and 5. The two slayers and the wretch. For you to be evil, you'd have to be next to the other evil to make them adjacent to each other. Something's gone wrong. I don't see it. Confessor self confirms she's good. Both slayers must be good. So the shaman, unless I misunderstand the shaman's abilities, there are two same villager roles in the current village. I lie and disguise. So if the shaman is this slayer, then there's not... It hasn't fulfilled its own ability, right? If this is the shaman, if it's evil... Well, first of all, you'd have to be lying, which you can't be in that case. I'm either misunderstanding badly how the shaman works or how the druid works. One of the two. Learn one random outcast, if any. Wretch does not appear as an outcast. She said between 2, 5, and 4 there are no outcasts, which is what we would expect a truth-telling druid to say. I might just have to take a shot and then try to figure the logic out from the back end and hopefully learn something about how the interactions of one of these cards works. What's more likely, that I'm misunderstanding the shaman or probably the shaman, right? Because if the shaman's masquerading as a slayer, that's just something that minions can do. They just disguise. Pretends to be a different role. No, it doesn't say it has to be an in or out of play role. There are 2 same villager roles in current village. I lie and disguise. Unless by default minions can't duplicate a villager, but the shaman can duplicate a villager. I gotta kill this slayer and just see where... Okay, so... So that exonerates the judge. We can't put a mark on the judge. So I haven't misunderstood the shaman. How the shaman works. I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't make any sense. I mean, that would make this knitter a lot. No matter who I kill, I'm breaking some part of the logic. I'm breaking something. Let's just kill the knitter and... But the shaman was telling the truth. Evils are not adjacent to each other. Was that broken? That has to be, right? Because like the knitter was saying evils are not adjacent to each other. That's a true statement. The shamans gave a true statement. The evils are not adjacent to each other. But then the slayers worked out the way I expected. The druid worked out the way I expected. This might have just been a broken puzzle, honestly. I'm not misreading this, am I? Evils are not... I mean, the sentence doesn't parse very well. Evils are not adjacent to each other. I think I'm understanding what it's saying. The knitter was saying that the 2 evil characters are not sitting next to each other. They're not sitting next to each other. So the statement was true, but because the statement was true, it could not... It should have been false. That seems like it's just broken. Shaman said... Shaman as knitter said... Which turned out to be true, but should have been false. Because the shaman is supposed to lie. I'm going to let them worry about figuring out how to parse what I just said. All right. Oh, good. There's a puppeteer now. There are 2 evils. One of them's the puppeteer, so we have 3 evils. So we're going to have a villager who's telling the truth, but needs to be killed. Random adjacent villager becomes a puppet if possible. It's evil, but cannot lie. We have one outcast, either the Plague Doctor or the Bombardier. If we have a Bombardier, then nobody's lying, which is nice. We have a Plague Doctor. Or it's a minion pretending to be a Plague Doctor. We have a Judge. We have a Druid. We have a Hunter saying either the Judge or number 6, the Confessor. Okay, we have a Dizzy Confessor. There's the Bombardier. We have an Alchemist. We have an Empress. So, we have a Puppeteer sitting next to somebody, turning them evil. And one of these is fake. If the Plague Doctor is real, we have one liar. If the Plague Doctor is fake, we have no liars. I could test the Judge on the Confessor, because the Confessor always tells the truth. You're saying you've cured one corruption. So you're saying the Plague Doctor is real. That he corrupted either the Empress or the Bombardier, and that you cured the corruption. If you're telling the truth, you must be evil. If you're telling the truth, you're evil and you're exonerated. If you're telling the truth, you're evil, you're exonerated, and you're fake. Because the only way she's evil. Well, if you're telling the truth, then yeah, the Bombardier has to be fake, because the Plague Doctor is the only source of corruption in this table. If you're telling the truth, she must be evil. Is there any world? There's no world in which she's corrupt. It's not possible. If you're telling the truth, if the Plague Doctor is at the table, if this is a real Plague Doctor and he really targeted the Confessor, the Alchemist would have cured her. If you're evil and you targeted, okay, that's the situation. She could be corrupted because of the Plague Doctor. And then you could be what if you're a puppeteer and you're a puppet? Well, then you'd be evil and you'd be dizzy. I think the first step is testing the Confessor. Okay, so we know the Judge is good. Because we know the Confessor always tells the truth. So this Judge checks out. 1, 4, or 7. So Plague Doctor, Hunter, or Alchemist is evil. You're saying the Confessor is evil if you're telling the truth. I need to know if this Plague Doctor is real or not. So we know you're a real Judge. We know you're a real Confessor. So let's do this. Judge, Confessor, Plague Doctor. She's saying there is a Plague Doctor. Could that be a lie? Case 1, she's corrupted. That means this is a real Plague Doctor, corrupted her, but then she would have to lie. She's in fact telling the truth. So case 1, that she's corrupted, no go. Case 2, she's evil. Well, case 2 is she's a minion, because she could be evil and telling the truth if the puppeteer is next to her. So, case 2 is she's evil. In that case, this is not a real Plague Doctor, but then we don't have any other liars. Only evil people are lying. So you'd have to be evil. If there's no other liar, you're evil. That checks out. That checks out. But then you don't check out because there's no corruption on the table. So if you're evil and you're a fake plague doctor, the plague doctor is also therefore evil. But then we need 2 more evils here. It doesn't work. You can't be evil. And you can't be corrupted. For you to be evil would have to mean there's no corruption on the board, which means this plague doctor must be evil. If the plague doctor is evil, that means there's no plague doctor, there's no corruption. That means you must be evil. But then how did you get dizzy? If you're evil, I've got 4 evils on the board at minimum, and I can't. I've only got 3. In fact, I've only got 2, and one of them is a villager that was turned evil. This druid is good, which means this plague doctor is good, which means this bombardier is bad. Got him. The puppeteer, okay. So the puppeteer made you evil, and then you're evil. Because look at him. He's saying he's 2 cards away from the closest evil. He's not. If the plague doctor corrupted him, well, we know this is a real plague doctor now, so we could test for corruption. If this is a real plague doctor and he targeted the confessor would have got cured by the alchemist, unless the alchemist is evil. All right, let me work on this before I... What are you saying? You're saying 1, 4, or 7 is evil. I know 1's not evil. I'm working on 4 and 7. If you corrupted my alchemist and he didn't cure anybody, then your dizziness is explained by being evil because you're next to the puppeteer. And then I'm still looking for 1 more evil. Then you check out... and that leaves you as being evil. That works. You've corrupted the alchemist. The alchemist didn't cure anybody. You're evil because of the puppeteer sitting next to you and therefore dizzy. You're pointing at the confessor. You both have been exonerated. That just leaves the empress. So in that case, I would kill the confessor and the empress. Do I like that? We can still check somebody, because in that case, I'm saying that you got corrupted here, right? The alchemist, is that the case? Not corrupted. And we know you're a real plague doctor, so we know you're not corrupted. So either you really did cure somebody, or you're evil. So if you got corrupted, you got cured by the alchemist, but then you're still dizzy because you're sitting next to the puppeteer, and then the hunter's still pointing at you. That could be the case. So you're good, you're good, you're good. I'm liking my hunter, actually. Because if you're corrupted, you're still evil. Is there a case where you're evil? No, you can't be. Well... if you're evil, then you're saying they're both good. If you're good, you'd have to be corrupted. But if you're corrupted, then you're not corrupted. If you're not corrupted, it could be evil, though. No, in this case, we're saying you're evil, right? If you're evil, I'm out of minions to place. I should say if you're lying. If you're lying, I'm out of... You have to be a minion. You have to be Ba. Because if you've been corrupted, then you're evil because of the puppeteer. And then the Empress checks out, and then who else is evil? There's nowhere else to go. I'm going to step away for 2 more minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Where was I? He must be lying. He must be. He's got to be. Because he's not aiming at the puppeteer. He's aiming up here. Oh, so you're definitely lying. Very suspicious. Is it because... Well, if you're lying, you're not the puppet, because the puppet always tells the truth. Oh, yeah, you're bad, my friend. You're bad. Okay, Plague Doctor, did you corrupt this man? If you did, you're lying. And then you're the puppet. And then you check out. So you corrupted the hunter. The hunter's lying about how close he is to evil. You're the puppet. And then you're Ba. I think you must be the puppet. Because if you were corrupted... You're lying. So you're a minion anyway. But then why are you telling a lie? So you'd be a puppet, you'd be Bob, but then... Oh, you would have cured somebody's corruption in that case. Okay, so if you're corrupted, you cured her corruption. Let's not assume that. You're corrupted. That's why you're saying you're dizzy. You're also the puppet, so you're double dizzy. Why is he lying in this case? Because he's Ba. So if you're corrupted, you have to be Ba, then you have to be the puppet. Because you can't be the puppet, because we know you're lying. I think that works. Shoot, I've got 2 equally likely cases, I think. Well, wait a minute. In both of those cases, though, you're the puppet. Because in one case, I'm saying I corrupted you. In that case, you have to be Ba. You have to be the puppet. And then you're telling the truth, and you're telling the truth. If I'm saying I corrupted you, then you still have to be the puppet. So you're the puppet. Poor confessor. But either of those cases could still work. Could you be evil? So I'm still looking for Ba here. So if you're corrupt, that explains how you're lying. Then you're lying because you're Ba, because he's too far away for you to cure. And then you're telling the truth because you're pinging the alchemist. If you're corrupted, then you didn't cure anybody. At which point you're lying because you're Ba, and she's still telling the truth. Either way, she's exonerated, I think. It's between the hunter and the alchemist, and I think it's a 50-50 shot. Because, yeah, if you corrupted the alchemist, he didn't cure anybody. If you corrupted the hunter, he didn't cure anybody. Either way, he's lying. And either way, so we've trapped them both in a lie. And it's just a matter of who's lying because they're corrupt and... Oh, no, we checked him. Number 7 is not corrupted, he said. We know you didn't get corrupted, and we know you're telling the truth. So you must have corrupted the hunter, and the alchemist must be evil. No, what? What? I've gone askew. So you're not corrupted and you're not boss. So you're telling the truth. You did cure. You corrupted the Empress. The Empress got cured. That's why she's telling the truth. And the hunter is Ba. That alchemist had it coming. Don't blame me for that. All right. We've got 2 outcasts, 5 villagers. We've got a Puka and a poisoner. That's a lot of lying happening. So we're going to have 2 outcasts between the doppelganger, bombardier, and wretch. And we've got this new dreamer character who I don't even know, man. I'm looking for poisoner and Puka. There are 2 pairs of evil. So she's saying there's 4 evils. There can't be. That's a lie. We immediately know that's not true. Here's a dreamer. Learn an evil role. If evil picked, learn correct info. If she's not lying, the wretch looks like a cabbage to me. What? So I think what this is saying is we pick somebody and she tells us she thinks she's evil. And she's only correct if the character is actually evil. I think that's what that means. We got a druid, which is good because we're looking for a doppelganger who's going to be hiding somewhere, or perhaps a wretch or a bombardier. Let's see. We've got an oracle saying 2 or 7 is a poisoner. Well, yep, 2 checks out. We have a lying knitter over there. All right, we've got 2 lovers. There's the bombardier. There's the wretch. We know the wretch is good. Is this a fake bombardier and we've got a doppelganger? Or is it a real bombardier and we've got a minion in our lovers? And there's a knight. Okay. So I think something obvious thing, right? We take the druid. We know the druid sees the wretch as a villager. And then we look at the 2 lovers and see if there's a doppelganger. Yeah, okay. So she's saying there's a doppelganger. If she's lying and there's no doppelganger, that means one of these is a minion and the bombardier is real. If she's telling the truth and there is a doppelganger here, then the bombardier is fake, which is always very scary. The poisoner corrupts 1 villager adjacent to him. Puka corrupts 2 villagers adjacent. So we've got 3 liars. We got 5 liars because the demons lie. Well, potentially up to 5 liars if the demons are lying. Okay. You're saying 2 or 7 is a poisoner. You want me to kill that bombardier, don't you? If there's a doppelganger, then the 2 lovers are on the up and up. Doesn't necessarily mean they're telling the truth, but we know that they're villagers. What would have to be true for this information to be bad? We'd have to have a minion here. We'd have to not have a doppelganger on the board, which means my 2 outcasts are spoken for. If this information is bad, if she's sitting next to Puka or has been poisoned. If there is a doppelganger here, this bombardier is bad. Okay. Let's see if that works. 7 could be poisoner. So I've got you saying 2 or 7 is a poisoner. I've got you saying... So if you're a poisoner, I've got a doppelganger here. If you're a poisoner, that explains why this lover is lying. It's a matter of sussing out which lies are corruptions and which lies are evil at this point. If I assume this is correct, we don't run into a contradiction. Because then you're the poisoner. You will have poisoned this... Or she got corrupted by Puka sitting next to her. Either way. It could explain... No. No. The doppelganger can't be corrupted by the poisoner or by Puka. So if we do have a doppelganger, they're telling the truth. This could be a lover lying because the poisoner is sitting next to her, and then this could be a doppelganger telling the truth about evil sitting next to her up here. That would be very interesting information to have. That checks out with all the information I see on the board. If this is a lover, then you're lying. And you could be lying because this poisoner is sitting next to you, or Puka is sitting next to you. I only have one obvious lie. So I want to try to take a shot at my knight. Let's say the knight is evil. I'm going to try to rule out the knight being corrupt to see if I can safely take a shot at the knight. If you're corrupt, that means you're evil. Has to, because you can't be. So if you're corrupt, it's because you're Puka or the poisoner. Doesn't matter which. So you've corrupted here. You'd have to be Puka. If you're corrupt, this would have to be Puka, and you would have corrupted her as well. Because if you're the poisoner, and you've corrupted this knight, why is this knitter lying? The knitter then can't be Puka, because then the lover would be telling the truth. But we're saying the lover is the poisoner. If the lover is Puka, then the lover is lying, and that makes sense. The knitter is lying, and that makes sense, and the knight's not safe to attack. But the lover cannot be the poisoner. And if the lover is evil, neither the knight nor the knitter can be evil, because then the lover would be telling the truth. Do I have that right? I believe I do. I'm inclined to say that this druid is telling the truth. I think it would be very difficult to disprove this druid. Let's assume the druid's lying. That would mean there's a minion inside. Oh, yeah, we've been down this road. If this druid is lying and there's no doppelganger, that means the bombardier is true, is real. If this druid's telling the truth, it means the bombardier is fake. And I never want to take a shot at the bombardier. Let's assume she's lying and the bombardier is true. That means there's a minion here somewhere. I mean, there absolutely could be. So I could put Puka here in that case, corrupting both of you. That explains your lies. You would have to be lying. But I don't know that I can parse what the dreamer is saying. If evil picked learn correct, does that imply that you'll learn incorrect info? If Seven is the poisoner, she's telling the truth about this. If Seven's not evil, though, would she still say could be the poisoner? Or would she say something else? I just don't have enough experience with the dreamer. But I could put, like, Puka here. And then the poisoner would have to go somewhere to account for the oracle, what the oracle is saying. Because if I put the poisoner here, then the oracle's lying. Could they both be minions? Poisoner here and Puka here. Poisoner has poisoned the knitter, and then Puka is making both of these into liars. That would work. Damn it. I can't rule out any of the cases. Two lovers or two minions or one of each. I wish this gave more information about how the dreamer acted. If I can unravel how the dreamer acts, like, is this information ever trustworthy? What would be is she just like always an unreliable narrator? I got two people saying that Seven's a poisoner, but is that just confirmation bias? Because I pointed the dreamer at the poisoner. I told her to look at the bombardier and see if he was carrying poison. This is all to try to exonerate this druid. That's all I'm trying to do right now. Is just figure out if I've got a doppelganger or if I've got this bombardier. The druid is saying that there's a doppelganger. Is she lying? So it would be a lover and a minion in that case. I could put Puka here, make you into a liar, and then the poisoner could go anywhere but the knitter. But then you'd be a truth-telling lover, and I would have no way to turn you into a liar. So if I put, like, Puka here, the poisoner could not go at 2 or 7, which is fine. I could put the poisoner here and poison the wretch. That would turn the lover into a truth-teller. I could put the poisoner here and poison the knight, and then both lovers are minions. Or there could be a doppelganger and they're both on the up and up. I just don't have enough information. It really feels like this knitter is evil. If you're Puka, you would have to be the poisoner. Does that work? Because if you're Puka, that would turn this lover into a liar. Unless she's the doppelganger. Ah! Dang it. Because the doppelganger doesn't get turned into a liar. If there's a doppelganger, lover and doppelganger, that means the bombardier is dirty, which means this lover is lying. So this could be a real lover poisoned by this oracle. But then you're the doppelganger, which means you can't be Puka'd. So whether you're Puka or you're Puka. So if there's a doppelganger, it has to be you. You can't be a doppelganger. Right. Because if there's a doppelganger, that means the bombardier is fake. If the bombardier is fake, that means the bombardier is a minion. If the bombardier is a minion, this lover is lying. If the lover is lying, but is a doppelganger, it's because she's corrupted. But the doppelganger can't get corrupted by any of the corrupting sources we have in the game right now. So if there's a doppelganger, it is this lover. Because this would be a real lover who's been corrupted by whatever this is. Which means you're telling the truth. So, okay, if you're like a poisoner or something, you're on that side of the board. We got to place someone over here who can turn this knitter into a... So in that case, the knight can never be corrupted. Because the lover would be telling the truth. There's one evil adjacent. If it's the knight... Well, no, that is true. So the knight could be a minion. That's not able to corrupt the lover because doppelganger. But then how's the knitter lying? She can't be. So if this is a doppelganger, and if this... then this would have to be... So Puka could be here. You're immune. So yeah, you can never be corrupt. You could be a minion, but you can't be corrupt. If there's a doppelganger, can this oracle be lying? Because if there's a doppelganger, it's got to be this. Which means you can't be poisoning anybody. So she would have to have an evil here, and she'd have an evil here. Does that work at all? Because let's say you're poisoning the lover, then you're poisoning the lover and the druid, or the other way around. Because if we're assuming there's a doppelganger, then this druid is not a minion and has not been poisoned. I'm liking this line of thought. But it does presume we have a doppelganger, and we know it's possible we don't. If we don't, and the Bombardier is real, then you could be a minion, turning you into a liar. Or you could be a minion if we don't have a doppelganger, why are you lying? We have to account for all the liars in this case. So if there's no doppelganger, real and real over here. One of you has to be a minion. At least one of you has to be a minion. Let's say it's not you. Let's say you're the only lover and this one's a minion. That would make these two okay, but then her lie is accounted for. But then you're not a minion, which means both of you are lying. That would make you a minion. Your lies are accounted for. We'd have to put a minion here. And then both of them could be lying as a result. That would work. Shoot. How do I know? I have to find out if there's a doppelganger or not. It all comes down to that. I gotta shoot one of these lovers. If there's a doppelganger, it's got to be this one. Right? Yeah, because this one would necessarily have to be next to an evil, which had poisoned. All right, we're killing a lover. We killed the doppelganger. What I need to know, that means this Bombardier is fake. The poisoner. So you poisoned the lover. So the lover's lying, but we know she's good. 2 or 7's a poisoner. That's now true. 7 could be the poisoner. That's true. We did have a doppelganger. You're saying there's one evil adjacent. It has to be Puka. And we know you're lying. So you can't be turning the knitter into a liar. So the knitter must be Puka. What? Hold on. How does that work? Because this knitter is lying. There are 2 pairs of evil. There's not. How are you lying? So Puka corrupted these 2. Well, Puka can't corrupt either of these 2 because they're both outsiders. The poisoner poisoned this lover, so she got corrupted. So this knitter, like, what's up with the knitter, man? There's 2 pairs of evil. Learn how many evils are adjacent to each other. This is the second time we've seen a knitter's information not be accurate. There are 2 pairs of evil tells me that there are 4 evils, and they're both sets of them are adjacent to each other, right? For this knitter, yeah, this knitter has to be telling the truth. But if they were telling the truth, they would say the evils aren't adjacent to each other. Maybe the knitter is just bugged across the board. I think this is the second time we've run into a knitter. I don't know what Cult of the Lamb is. So I have no idea who made this game. The people who made this game made this game. The poisoner corrupted my lover. That checked out. I just don't see how this works. If the knitter is... Maybe I just don't understand how the knitter works, or maybe it's worded poorly. Learn how many evils are adjacent to each other. She said there are 2 pairs of evil. But there's not. There are 2 evil, but they're not adjacent to each other. And she's not corrupted. That's got to be a bug, right? That's the second time I've seen the knitter not pan out. Two pairs because of the red. Yeah, but the... Maybe? I don't know. Oh, if that's the logic and I just didn't see it, then they'll just get that bug report and be like, no, that guy's just stupid. And you know what? That's fair enough. I got 2 outcasts and there's a drunk. Evils are not adjacent to each other. Two cards away from the closest evil. Ooh, what are my evils? A poisoner and a puppeteer. Okay. I'm assuming when I send the bug report, they'll get a screenshot and they'll be able to look at it and be like, no, he just didn't figure this out. There's a wretch. I have a second knitter. Why? Why do I have 2 knitters? So my understanding is the drunk can't be one of my knitters because the drunk, a random not in play villager. Two, 3, or 5 is evil. Only 1 is evil. Well, the wretch reads as evil. My other outcast has to be a drunk. The weird thing is the 2 knitters are agreeing, right? This checks out. This is a true. That's true. If evils are not adjacent to each other, then the Empress can't be evil because she's next to the wretch. We have the puppeteer made somebody lie, and we have the poisoner made somebody lie, and the puppeteer makes somebody tell the truth. You're saying the druid or the Empress. And I'm looking for a drunk. Oh, you know what? No, I don't think the drunk can be the knitter. But we can't have a knitter and, like, a real knitter and a minion. They would disagree. They would both have to be minions, right? Because knitters' information could not be relative to their position. All knitters, if they're telling the truth, should give the same information. I think the only way we get a duplicate knitter with this deck is if they're both minions. So let's have the druid look down here. There are no outcasts, says you. If they're minions, that means they are adjacent to each other, which means you're a minion, you're a minion, you're a minion. And then they would be adjacent to each other, which would make both of you be liars, which is fine. 2 cards away from the closest evil, that would be a lie, but you could be poisoned. So you've poisoned this hunter. You're telling the truth because you see the wretch. I think we've got evil up here. I think we've got minions, and then this is a puppet. Minion, minion. Evils are not adjacent to each other, so then the puppet would have to be the... Well, the puppet tells the truth. You're not telling the truth if this knitter is a minion, which means you've been poisoned. So poisoner, corrupt. You're seeing the wretch. You're telling the truth. Poisoner, corrupt. But then you're telling the truth and I'm missing a drunk. I have to account for a drunk. Maybe you're the drunk and you got poisoned. If you're the drunk, then you're lying. Which is fine, because you could be the puppeteer and you the puppet. I don't think there's any world where these 2 knitters are not evil. Knitter was a drunk. So the evils are adjacent to each other. Then you must be evil. You're the puppeteer. Who keeps letting these drunks in here, man? So the evils are adjacent to each other. Closest evil up, you're evil then. Because you can't have been poisoned. So I don't have any liars. There are no outcasts. I don't have any liars because the poisoner didn't target anybody. So this hunter is... Oh, wait a minute. No, I've got a lover here who's saying there's no evils. And you're saying there's only one evil. Well, no, the puppet has to have been the druid sitting next to the puppeteer. Okay, we got it. The witness... All right, somebody saw it all go down. We've got 1 outsider, 3 evils. None of them have abilities. Gemcrafter is saying 7 is good. Gemcrafter is saying 1 is good. Glad you guys are into each other. We got a pair of... They're both minions. They're both... There's no way... I only have 1 source of lying here. I've only got 1 plague doctor. If the plague doctor's on the board, and let's see what else is happening in this town. I got a dreamer. Between 1 and 6, there's a minion and a villager. There's a knight. There's my wretch. Alchemist cured no one. We have 2 gemcrafters saying this one is good. This is BS. Did all of the minions show up and turn into gemcrafters? Is that what happened here? I've got no plague doctor. So that's why... So yeah, with no plague doctor, the alchemist is good. One is evil between 4, 5, and 6. Yep, you're looking at the wretch. It's the gem crafters. It's the invasion of the gem crafter triad. You're saying there's a minion and a villager between the gem crafter and the knight. That checks out. Like, Will could be minion. Killing these gem crafters. Yeah, take them out. Y'all are dorks. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Here's a poet. Learn random info. I like the word random in this game. I'm sure that won't come back to bite us. I got a Puka, a Poisoner, and a Chancellor, and a Drunk. Okay. Wow, there's going to be a lot of lying at this table. 4 is good. 1, 2, or 8 is evil. 2 evils adjacent to me. Puka is 3 cards away from the closest evil. I have a Jester. I have a Knight. I have a Bombardier. Number 8 was affected by an evil. And we got double gem crafters. Learn how many are evil in a group. So Puka is corrupting 2, the Poisoner is corrupting 1, and then we have a friggin' Drunk. Okay, so I've got a Chancellor. Is sitting somewhere. The Chancellor is sitting next to the Drunk. Oh, I guess the Chancellor could be sitting next to the Bombardier. Could be the case. And I don't want to just shoot my Knight because I've got 3 corrupted people on the table. If this lover is telling the truth, nothing this Jester says is useful anyway. I got twin gem crafters saying 3 and 4 are good. One is evil between 1, 2, and 8. So I've got 2 people saying 8 was affected by an evil. No, I've got the Empress saying it is evil. I've got the Witness saying he's been affected by evil. And he's not giving me very good information until I know where Puka is anyway. So we just kill the Bombardier, right? We go out in a giant fireball. Okay. Let's say you're good and you're not lying. Let's say you're not lying. That means you're evil and you're evil. If you're evil, then you're evil. But then we hit a contradiction. If you're evil and you're evil, then you have to be evil, and now we're out of evil. But for you to be evil and therefore lying, we would also need to implicate eight would have to be evil. For the statement 1 is evil, 1, 2, or 8 to be false in a world where 1 is evil, then either 2 or 8 have to be evil. But in this scenario, we're presuming that 2 is not evil. So, if you're telling the truth, we hit a contradiction. Because if you're telling the truth, we have evil, evil, evil because of the gem crafter, and then evil because of the Empress. So you can't be telling the truth. And how many liars? We got a drunk. We got a poisoner, and we got Puka. We have 4 liars, 7 liars on the board, potentially. Okay. I've got a gesture ability. I can point at 3 characters and learn how many are evil. One of them inside the gem crafter has to be. at least one of these, because there's no doppelganger. There's no other way to, there's no other way to do it. The drunk can't be up here, because the drunk can't duplicate somebody who's already at the table. So if I point the jester at the two gem crafters and himself, and he says one evil, we know he's telling the truth. Is there a better use of the jester than that? Because I know for a fact one of these two are evil. They could both be evil, of course. Chancellor, Poisoner, and Puka. They could both be. He's saying Puka, wherever Puka is 1, 2, 3 cards away from the closest evil. So wherever Puka is, if this character is telling the truth, the other two evils are on the other side of the board, right? Because the closest one would be 3 cards away. And then the other one would have to be... Okay, that checks out. This could be a true statement. It's not an obviously false statement. You're saying he was affected by an evil. The only evil ability that could affect him would be to be corrupted, which is possible. Like, this could just easily be a lie. If I exonerate the jester, I also exonerate this gem cutter for sure. Okay, let's do this. If the gem cutter is a villager and not corrupted, he will report 1 evil. There are 3 evils. Well, that's a lie. Okay. You're saying 3 is good. So for you to be lying, we'd have to either have Puka or a Poisoner next to you, which is absolutely possible. We expect to see an outcast on the board. That Bombardier cannot be a fake, right? If that Bombardier was a fake, we know we're going to have a hidden drunk somewhere because of the Chancellor. But that Bombardier has to be correct. Nobody's saying anything about the Bombardier, but that has to be correct. Don't shoot the Bombardier is what I'm getting at. Can learn who is a puppet. Corrupted character by an evil. Villager turned into an outcast by the Chancellor. Cloned character by the Shaman who was killed by an evil. So there's all kinds of things that he could learn. But all of these things mean the same thing. So either this scout... Well, the scout is either poisoned or puka'd. Because if the scout were... If he's telling the truth and the scout's sitting next to the Chancellor, well, the scout didn't turn into an outcast. So he's saying this character is either the poisoner or Puka. If this is right, you're evil. In which case, you're evil. In which case, you're good and you're good. Okay, I like that. That can go somewhere. Kind of just want to kill one of these gem crafters and see what we see. Actually, I'm getting more information over here than I thought, because these characters either have to be villagers together or they have to be minions together. Because if you're lying... Now, I guess you could be lying and then you could still be a villager. That's true. But if you're telling the truth, then you have to be a villager. This guy's just telling fibs, man. Is it possible you're both minions? And therefore both lying? No, you can't both be minions. Because you're saying 3 is evil and you're saying 4 is evil, but you can't both be evil if both of them are evil. So one of these gem crafters is a minion and one is not. Is it possible neither of you are minions? Yeah, easily enough. Because the minion... No, it's not. Because we don't have a duplicate character. So no, one of you is a minion. For show. So anybody could be my drunk, basically. Anybody at all. Where do I even start? I feel like I haven't even got it started unraveling it. One is evil, 1, 2, or 8. If you're telling the truth, then this gem cutter is evil. Okay, so no, this is something. If you're telling the truth, because I know one gem cutter is evil and you're not implicating both of them. You could be saying the scout or the lover is evil and then the other gem cutter could also be evil, though. In which case, the gem cutter you're not pointing at is exonerating you. If you're telling the truth. Then that gem cutter is telling the truth. If this gem cutter is telling the truth, this gem cutter is evil. If this gem cutter is evil, this jester is evil. I like that, actually. I feel like I just need to shoot one of the gem cutters. The one saying 4 is good, we shoot the other one. So if I can exonerate you and get this Empress exonerated as well, doesn't necessarily mean her statement is true, though. Because there's so many liars in the board. It's a 50-50 on the gem crafter. I'm going to shoot one. The Chancellor. So you could be a drunk, or you could be a drunk. You can't be a drunk. Not possible. Because there was a gem crafter on the board. There was a gem crafter in play. So you've turned him into a drunk, which means you're exonerated. And you're a drunk, so we're just not going to listen to you. Okay. 1, 2, or 8 is evil. So you're saying 2 evils are adjacent, but we know that's a lie. And we know this is a lie. What if you're a poisoner pointing at the jester, and you're Puka. That doesn't work. What if you're Puka? You know what? If you're Puka, then you're lying. Which means you're lying. Which doesn't work. This lover can't be Puka, because that would make this gem crafter into a liar for sure. And I think I can say that this gem crafter is not a liar. I think the Empress is good. The gem crafter can't be evil, but I don't know if she's lying or not. But I don't think she can be lying. I think you need to be good. 1, 2, or 8 is evil. We know 1's not evil. We know 8's not evil. If the lover could be a poisoner, poison the jester. And that leaves Puka down here. Which doesn't work. If you've poisoned the jester, then you're telling the truth. But if you've poisoned the jester, you can't be telling the truth because you would have to be Puka. And I don't think you can be Puka or a poisoner, so I think it's safe to kill the knight. Got the poisoner. So we're just looking for Puka. You have to be Puka. You can't be Puka, I know for a fact. If you're Puka, you're lying about the Empress being good. But if you're Puka, the Empress is good, so you can't be Puka. So you must be Puka. The corrupted drunk. Oh boy, it's Lilith. So she just kills people. We're going to lose hit points just for having Lilith on the board. So we got to find 4 evils amongst this mess. There's 1 evil adjacent to her. So the next time we click, we're going to lose someone. And we're going to take damage because of Lilith. That's why we have this little timer over here now. I think Lilith is the only card in the demo that works on a timer. Apparently the full game will have other cards that also work on a timer, and everything will just get insane. But okay. Can I do anything with this? You're saying there's 1 evil adjacent to you. If you're telling the truth and you're telling the truth, then you're evil. If you're lying, you're telling the truth. Potentially. So before we lose somebody in town, let's have the Slayer attempt to kill the lover. Couldn't do it. Okay. So it's possible this Slayer is evil. The lover is telling the truth about it, and so is the Enlightened. It's also... Can you be corrupted? No. There's no corruption in this board. No corruption. So no, if you're lying, you're evil. So if you were evil, for you to be evil, you'd have to all be evil, because you would be evil, but then the Slayer failed to kill you, so the Slayer would have to be evil, but that would make you a truth teller, which means the Enlightened would have to be evil. So we'd have to have, if you're evil, they're all evil, and number 8 would also have to be evil. If the Slayer is evil, the Lover is saying I'm adjacent to the Slayer. The Enlightened is saying he's over there. If the Slayer's evil, it would explain everything we've seen so far. I think we take the chance on the Slayer. Got him. So the Lover might be... No, the Lover might be evil, actually, because we could have turned... The Lover could have turned into a puppet, at which point you're still telling the truth, and the Lover is still telling the truth, because there's only one evil adjacent. She's not talking about herself. Whew. But as soon as I click another card, we're going to lose someone. Well, we know this card is not evil. And we know this card is not. Oh, not necessarily, because if you're the puppet... All right, we've lost 6, whoever 6 is. Right side is more evil. Yep, I mean, that makes sense. We have a wretch. Number 1's a real lover. So Lilith did some damage to us there, but she didn't manage to kill anybody else. Okay, so we've got 2 outcasts. You're not the Chancellor. You must be the Chancellor. Because the Chancellor created one of our yellow outcasts. This isn't the Chancellor because they dead. This wasn't a Chancellor either. So this must be the Chancellor. Number 1 is a real lover. Learn a good character. So maybe this is the puppet. You have to be the Chancellor. Yeah. Which means you're the puppet. No! Whoa, 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 whoa. You said... I assumed that when... Hold on. Learn a good character and its role. But it wasn't a good character. It was the puppet. All right, that's just an edge case interaction I guess I had to learn about. So yeah, like... The medium was lying. Is a real lover. Yeah, because she wasn't a real lover. She was a puppet. Okay, that makes sense now. In retrospect, that made sense. Okay, I understand what happened there. All right, we've got a poisoner and Lilith. And a drunk. I am dizzy. You could be poisoned. You could be drunk. There's reasons you could be dizzy other than... Left side's more evil. Ugh, dreamer. Let's just see what the dreamer says about the confessor. Could be Lilith. It's like, do I take a calculated risk here and stab the confessor? If it's Lilith, then we don't take any damage and nobody dies. Will not kill herself when she's the only card left. I guess that's good to know. Learn an evil role. If evil picked, learn correct info. That implies if I pick a character and they're not evil, she'll lie. I don't have enough info to make an, like, to be sure. If I stab the Confessor and I'm wrong, I'm going to take a lot of damage. If I click something else, I'm going to lose somebody anyway. Because she could be dizzy because of this poisoner, or she could be dizzy because she's the drunk. Because you could be a poisoner, or you could be a poisoner. It's more likely she's a minion, because there's 3 possible minions to roll into that spot. But there's only 2 possibilities that she's been corrupted. Does that math check out? Does that math make sense? Like, there's 2 sources of corruption, but 3 sources of evil in this deck. I'm going to stab her. Got the poisoner. Okay. So you were wrong, then. If evil picked, learn correct info. She might be lying, though, about this, because I picked an evil character. And again, it's like, now it's a 50-50. There's 2 reasons she could be lying, but 2 reasons she could be corrupted. I think I'm going to take the 50-50. But now I'm out of time, and I didn't catch Lilith. So let's go here, because I want to get information from this card sitting next to the poisoner. I was a dreamer. Not possible. Well, she might be lying, though. This card's dead. Let's get the other 4 cards up and running. 9's a real baker, she says. The architects both agree. Okay. So you're a poisoned baker. The architects both agree that the left side is more evil, but one of you must be a minion. So really, the right side must be more evil. One of you is a minion and the other one is a liar. One is evil, 2, 3, or 9. That checks out. I'm only looking for Lilith. If this is true and 9 is a real baker, that means she's been poisoned, which means the architect has not been poisoned, which means the architect is Lilith. But wait, then why is the other architect lying? They're both saying left is more evil. They're both lying. But there's no... Oh, one of them's a... No, it can't be a drunk. We do have a drunk somewhere. But it can't be the architects. So you must have poisoned the architect. You must... which makes you Lilith. But then this baker doesn't make sense. So yeah, if 2 is poisoned because of this poisoner, and then 6 is Lilith, they're both liars. The Hunter's fine. The Empress is fine. But this 9 is a real baker, but the baker says I was a dreamer. The baker's lying. The baker wasn't a dreamer. Like, how is the baker... The baker can't be the drunk because the medium's saying it's a real baker. This could have been a baker. This could be the original baker. Oh, I didn't flip it, though. So the way the baker works is when you flip a baker, it turns an unflipped card into a baker. On reveal, one random unrevealed good villager becomes a baker. Learn which villager I was. So if you flip a baker and they're telling the truth, they say I'm the original baker. And then later on, you'll get another baker that would say something like I was the dreamer. So for you to be a real baker, you have to be corrupted. Like, I suspect that that's correct, that this is Lilith and this is poison, because that's the only way it could go, but I don't understand the interaction with this baker. It might have something to do with what this card is. Let's do this. Yeah, there's the drunk. And a corrupted... Ah, no, that's... You didn't poison here, you poisoned her. Turned her into a liar, and then this was the drunk. That does make sense. Ooh, but, okay, I didn't think the drunk could do that. I ruled that out because we had double architect. I didn't think the drunk could take the place of somebody who'd been duplicated because the drunk says random not in play villager. So architect counts as being not in play because Lilith was... That's a little confusing because the architect is not in play because Lilith is pretending to be an architect, but... Does that also mean the confessor is not in play because the poisoner was pretending to be a confessor? Because the confessor worked properly. We got, like, the confessor's ability works when she's not in play. Okay, well, the drunk can roll into a duplicated spot. I don't know what not in play means, I suppose. We don't have a real... architect, but we did have a real confessor, is what I'm saying. Like, what's the distinction here? The architect is not in play, but the confessor was in play. The confessor's ability actually functioned properly. That could just be some strange keywording on the part of the designers. Ascension complete. I gotta find a witch, a minion, and Lilith again. Good old Lilith. And we got one outcast and no liars. Nobody's making a liar today. There's a gesture. 5, 6, or 7. Four is dead. I am one card away from the closest evil. I got a witch and Lilith, so I'm down 2 cards. Okay. It's rough, man. So we know you weren't evil. You're saying 1, 3, or 7. You're saying 5, 6, or 7. And I've got a Jester. And what outcast am I looking for? The Bombardier. Okay, so let's do this. The Bombardier has to be one of these two. And then we'll look at yourself. No outcast. That's a lie. That has to be a lie. Because the Bombardier's got to be in there somewhere. So she's lying. And if she's lying, she has to be a minion, because there's no... Yeah, she's got to be a minion. Lilith is dead. Yeah, because nobody's corrupted. We've got 2 liars on this board. Learn how many are evil. Have I exonerated anyone? Yes, you're exonerated. So let's look at yourself and the dead and Lilith. There's 1 evil. If that's untrue, then the Jester is lying and is therefore evil. Evils are not adjacent to each other, so says the knitter. 1 card away from evil, so says the poet. Do I believe this Jester? One of the empresses has to be evil. Has to be. If it's you, then the 3rd evil is the knitter. Does that make sense? Because you're saying 1, 3, or 7. We're exonerating all of them for this scenario. So you're evil. And then the knitter has to be the 3rd. So you're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. You're 1 away. It's not looking good for you, princess. If you're evil... That means you're telling the truth. 1, 3, or 7. So if you're evil... and you're telling the truth, then 1, 3, or 7 is evil. But the knitter would have to be evil. Right? No, it's this empress. And it's the knitter. Got him. 10 villagers. We have a plague doctor. And we have a puka. Fantastic. I don't like the Dreamer. I'm just gonna... The Dreamer is confusing. Alchemist cured 1 corruption. There's a knight. The poet is 1 card away from a corrupted character. Got a Slayer. There's my Plague Doctor. There's another poet. Double poets, huh? Confessor is Dizzy. Double Alchemist and a Bard. So I've got double Alchemist and double Poet, and I don't have any other... So yeah, they're... One of the Alchemists and one of the Poets. And a Dizzy Confessor. I'm looking for a minion, a puka, a puppeteer, and a puppet. The puppeteer and the puppet are next door to each other. Can two alchemists cure the same character? Oh no, it doesn't matter because we don't have two alchemists. We've got an alchemist and a liar. So this alchemist, if it's true, is saying that we have no liars up on the top of the board. How could the Confessor be dizzy? Only because of the Puka or the Plague Doctor. And it's a real Plague Doctor. We know it's a real Plague Doctor, so we've got one outcast, and it's got to be him. You might be corrupted, but let's just see what you say about the Confessor. 8 is corrupted, 9 is evil. So you're saying corrupted, you're saying 9 is evil. So you didn't cure anybody, if that's the case. If you're corrupted, you're lying. How many corruptions can we have? 3. So the Plague Doctor got you, or Puka got you, and you're both corrupted. And then the Plague Doctor got one of these two over here. Are you Puka? Because, yeah, if you're corrupted, then you're lying, but you could also be corrupted. For you to both be corrupted... Okay. For both of you to be corrupted, and for this to not be Puka, the Plague Doctor would have had to got one of you, and then Puka would have to be on the other side. Which doesn't make sense, because then we're corrupting an alchemist's... I mean, I guess it's possible? The problem is this poet is also one away from a corrupted character. I think it's more likely that Puka is sitting here, corrupted by Confessor and my Bard, both of which I know are potentially corrupted. And then the Plague Doctor got the poet, maybe. Yeah, in this scenario, the poet on the left is... Ooh, one of the poets is evil, though. The Plague Doctor got the Knight, or the Slayer. Let's try this. Got him. Puka's dead. Slayer's exonerated. Plague Doctor's exonerated. Let's put you on Puka. 9 could be Puppeteer. You're lying. You're just straight up lying. What's wrong with you? I think you're telling the truth. You're definitely lying. It's like I pointed you at a known evil, and if you're lying and this other alchemist is real, okay, can this other alchemist be evil? What if you're evil? You're not Puka, though. What if you're corrupted by the Plague Doctor? If you're corrupted by the Plague Doctor and the alchemist is evil, you would not have gotten cured. But if you're corrupted by the Plague Doctor, then who's this poet corrupting? Doesn't check out. If you're corrupted by the Plague Doctor and you're a minion, then you also have to be a minion. So corrupted, for sure. Did the Plague Doctor get my Knight? I know the Slayer's not corrupted. I suspect the poet's lying. If this poet's telling the truth, They can't be. This poet has to be bad. Because both poets can't be telling the truth. One of the poets is a minion. And this poet is looking at 2 cards that... Could you be a minion? Could you, like, the minion, just be an evil... No, because then you wouldn't be corrupted. You'd be evil. This gambit wouldn't work. So you're correct. This poet is a bad guy. That's the minion. Okay. Looking for 2 more, and they're going to be up here. This bard could be a liar. Could be corrupted. Can you be corrupted but not evil? No. Well, if you're evil and you got targeted by the plague doctor, then targeting you would be bad. But I think this alchemist is okay. You're sitting next to Puka, so your lie makes sense. Your lie no longer makes sense unless you were targeted by the plague doctor, but in that case, it's safe to try to shoot the knight. No, that doesn't work. Unless you're evil as well. And I am looking for 2 more evils. I'm looking for a puppeteer and a puppet. So it's possible you're the puppet, I suppose. Puppeteer and puppet here. But that I don't know who you targeted. You targeted anybody on that side of the board, and the alchemist is on the up and up, the alchemist would have got them. But the alchemist didn't cure lying here. The alchemist has to be lying, so it's possible you got corrupted, in which case puppet and puppeteer. But no, the puppet doesn't lie. And both of you are lying. Yeah, the puppet doesn't lie, right? It's evil, but cannot lie. Puppets never lie. We just know this. And I've got 2 liars to account for, but only one of them is a minion. The other one was targeted by the plague doctor. So the plague doctor had to have targeted one of these, which means the plague doctor did not target my knight, which means this is safe. Got the puppet. And because you're the puppet, that must mean you're the puppeteer. Well, wait a minute. Does that make sense? Yeah, it must make sense. You were corrupted by Puka. You were corrupted by the plague doctor. Great. Got a witch and Ba and a wretch and doppelganger and no sources of corruption. 1 evil adjacent to you, huh? There's my wretch. So this checks out unless the gem cutter is also evil. Closest evil is equidistant. If that's correct, then there's an evil here, and these 2 have to be evil. 1 or 8 is the witch. Possible. I am good. Oh, and I'm not going to get that one. Okay, makes sense. All right, this should not actually be too bad. There's no sources of corruption whatsoever, right? So this is safe. We got the witch. So 1 evil, you're telling the truth. 4 is good. One or 8 is a witch. No, that's not. Ooh, wait a minute. The lover's got to be the witch. Closest evil is equidistant, so we're talking about the witch and up here. So yeah, that's... If you're telling the truth, you're talking about the wretch. But then if you're telling the truth, this person's telling the truth. Saying 4 is good. 4 is saying 1 or 8 is a witch. But then we run into the contradiction. So the lover has to be the witch. Or not. Four is good. 1 or 8 is a... How can they both be lying? Oof. 1 or 8 is a witch. We know that this isn't the witch. Well, we know this isn't a witch either, so she's lying. But if she's lying, then she must be lying. How is this possible? I mean, this has to be a lie now. I don't have any corruptors, right? No, no corruptors. In fact, we don't have a doppelganger on the board either because the wretch is here. You're saying the poet is good. You're saying 1 or 8 is a witch, but they're not. Which means you're lying, which means you're lying. I don't understand what has happened here. I mean, now that we know that she's good, we know that you're good. If you're good, you're saying 4 is good. Ba puts a fake outcast into the deck. So Ba is saying this doppelganger is in the deck, but the doppelganger is not actually in the deck. We had this wretch instead. This poet is giving me bad information. 1 or 8 is a witch. No. 1 or 8 is not a witch. The witch was 5, actually. But for this to be evil, this would have to be evil. And if this is evil, this would have... Like, it all falls apart. If she's evil, then every other character is a liar. So what have I missed here? 1 or 8 is a witch. Is bad information. And there's no sources of corruption. Right? Nobody here can corrupt. If the poet is lying, every other character is lying. Because if the poet's lying, then both the enlightened and the gemcrafter are lying. And if the gemcrafter is lying, then the lover was lying. One or 8 is a witch, but she's not. 5 was the witch. Yeah, this is a weird contradiction. I'm going to kill this. This was Ba. Does the poet see the wretch as a witch? I don't know. The poet just says learn random info. Would that... So if you're seeing this as a witch... The witch is 2 cards away from closest evil. That checks out. If you're telling the truth. Then you're telling the truth. Then you're telling the truth. Then you... That would check out. Maybe that's how the poet works. Oh, yep, that's correct. I register as a random evil minion to other characters. That's absolutely what happened. No, that's not a bug. That's just me having the brain problems. Bound to happen. We got a poisoner and Ba and a drunk, and oh, this one's going to be fun. So she's saying they're both evil. That's a wretch. So maybe she's on the up and up, and this judge is also evil. I don't have a Lilith or a witch, so no, I can flip everybody before I start making decisions. You're saying that's a real judge. I guess we'll find out. One card away from the closest evil. There's a knight. There's an oracle. Can I stab this knight? No. Might be a drunk. Although if I kill the drunk, I'll lose 2 points. So... All right, yeah, let's take a look at what we've got here. Wretch is on the up and up, but nobody sees the wretch. Okay, so that's what happened, is the poet was giving me good information and just rolled a random minion and said the witch. Got it. If you're telling the truth, this judge is bad. We can test the judge for sure right now by having the judge go to the wretch. 8 is... Oh, no. It says 8 is lying, not... Well, 8's neither lying nor telling the truth. It's a wretch. Oh, I don't have a drunk. You're right. I've got a wretch, so I can safely do this. Knight's fine. We like the knight. I think this means the judge is bad, and I'm going to stab him. And if the judge is bad, then... the medium is bad. Oh, not necessarily. Hold on. You just might be corrupt. 2 or 5 is a poisoner. You check out. Between 1, 3, and 6. There's a villager, minion, and outcast. Incorrect. So you're corrupt and you're lying. Got him. All right. 4 evils in this town. 1 outcast, either the wretch or the bombardier. I've got puppeteer, poisoner, and boss. So only 1 source of corruption. Got a dizzy confessor right off the bat. There's my wretch. Who's on the other side here? Okay. So either that confessor is evil or this scout is a poisoner. One of the two. I got a druid. I can learn a random outcast. But she doesn't see the wretch. I don't know how useful she's going to be here. Got a judge. There's a jester. A second scout. A fortune teller. And a knitter. There are 2 pairs of evil. So she might be saying that the evils are like next door to each other. Okay. So one of the scouts, right? Puppeteer is 3 cards away from the closest evil. Poisoner is 3 cards away from the closest evil. Is that even possible? 1, 2, 3? Yeah, that's possible. All 3 of these could be evil, and then this point, like the other evil could be... Okay, so yeah, it could be 3 away, and that could be a true statement. Either of the scouts could be telling the truth, but both of them are not. Pick 2 characters, learn if any of them is evil. We know she'll see the wretch as evil. So if I have her look at herself and the wretch, and she says evil, we know she's telling the truth. Oh. Is 2 or 7 evil? False. That's because you're lying. Guys, she's lying to me. Okay. See if I can verify. I liked this, actually. So the judge is good. We pointed the judge at the wretch, so that's green. So now... we'll do this. Good, good, and Jester says one evil between the three. We know he's seeing the wretch. We know he's good. I don't know how useful the druid's going to be in this scene. That doesn't mean they're not evil, because there's a puppet somewhere. Learn one random outcast. So we'll put her on three people we know are not outcasts, because she doesn't see the wretch as an outcast. There are no outcasts, so that's a true statement. We know she's good. But my confessor is dizzy. So what could you be? A puppeteer, a poisoner, or Ba? These statements no longer make sense. If we've exonerated half the board, poisoner is 3 cards away from the closest evil. So if you're the poisoner, 1, 2, 3. But I'm... well, no, you... this Jester could be evil. That still could work. Never mind. How many corruptives do I have? I've got only one person corrupted because of the poisoner. If you're telling the truth, then it's evil, 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 right? Not necessarily... well, no, the rich... it could be like Scout Jester down here. If you're telling the truth. Okay. You could be poisoning the scout, or the scout could be poisoning you. Either way. She would have said true if she's a villager. She might be a villager, she might just be a lying villager. Looking hard at my 2 scouts, trying to determine... because the poisoner's got to be next to a corrupted person, right? Among 2, 3, and 5, there's 1 evil. We know that's true. If you were evil, you would not have said 1. If you were corrupted, you would have not have said 1. The Wretch is such a useful card. You love to see the Wretch. Same thing here. Like, we know that's a true statement. Okay. I've got to find 4 evil, and there's only... well, one of these... like, the Jester could be a puppet. These 2 cannot be a puppet. So, okay, there's 4 evil amongst these. How likely are you the puppeteer, then? That would just make your statement nonsense, but... puppeteer and puppet. And then 3 cards away from the closest evil. This can never be true. This can never, ever be a true statement. The puppeteer is always right next to an evil character, because the puppeteer and the puppet are next to each other. This statement is just complete nonsense. So what if puppeteer and puppet, or poisoner and corrupted, either way, can you be... yeah, because you could have poisoned him. That's a possibility. Is there any way you can both be evil? Yes. Puppeteer, puppet, and then you could have been poisoned. By you. 3 cards away from the closest evil. I've got to place 4 evils. So if I go 1, 2, 3, the closest is you, and then I'm out of spots. But if you're evil, you're lying anyway. Okay, that makes sense. I'm trying to convince myself that this scout must be evil, is what I'm trying to do. I'm beginning to think this is just true. Can I make this not true? Poisoner, poisoned. Puppeteer, puppet makes 1. Yeah, if you're an evil poisoner, then you're poisoned. Then I can have 1 pair of evil here, and then... But then that's the knitter, and the knitter would be lying. I don't know if I can make this knitter statement false. So I'm placing a poisoner. You're poisoned. Then I'm placing a puppeteer and a puppet. But then I've got to place Ba. If I put Ba here, I'm creating 2 pairs. This pair and this pair. We saw that on a previous round. If I'm placing Ba here, I'm calling the knitter a liar, which she's not. I don't think this statement can ever be a lie. I think this must be a true statement. In which case we've got either 2 pairs here and then a poisoner, or the puppeteer pair here and then a poisoner and Ba next to each other down here. You could be a poisoner. 1, 2, puppeteer, puppet, but then I have nowhere to place Ba. I think this statement's always a lie as well. So I think we got 2 liars next to each other here, which only can happen if it's a poisoner and the poisoned, which would make puppeteer and puppet up here. Let me run my brain through that mess one more time. Poisoner is 3 cards away from the closest evil. The furthest away I could make a poisoner would be here. Or here, I guess, either way. So if you're the poisoner, well, you can't be the poisoner because you're the scout I'm talking about. So the poisoner would have to be here. 1, 2, 3 is the closest evil. But what could it be? Like, if this is Ba, then that puts the puppeteer down here, and we've corrupted the scout that I was talking about. I think this is always going to be an untrue statement. So I've got a pair of untrue statements here and a pair of untrue statements here. And I don't think it matters which is which, because we have to place 4. So I think this is true and everybody else dies. There's the puppeteer. There's the puppet. There's the poisoner. I thought I had that. So Ba then has to be this knitter, right? But there's still 2 pairs though. Oh, I guess there'd be more. There'd be 1, 2, 3 pairs. Oh, that makes sense. There aren't 2 pairs. There's 3 pairs. There's poisoner, Ba, puppeteer, puppeteer, puppet. We almost had that. Man, knitters are difficult. Knitters are tricksy. All right, 3 minions to place. I've got a Plague Doctor, a minion, a Poisoner, and Puka. So lots of lying happening now. We got a Baker as well. Here's my Plague Doctor. Is that my only outcast? Looks like it. He doesn't like anything that way. So a lying Baker. 1 card away from evil. I was an enlightened. Another lying Baker. Okay. Who am I placing? Minion, Poisoner, Puka. So the Poisoner has someone corrupted. Puka corrupts 2. The Plague Doctor corrupts 1. So I got 4 liars in addition to potentially in addition to 3 evils. Let's look at this baker situation. If you're the original baker, I'm inclined to believe the bakers and just think one of them got corrupted. So what if this baker has been corrupted? Let's ask the plague doctor. It says 5 is evil. Learn 1 random outcast amongst... Okay, well, we're pretty sure that's a real baker. There are no outs. So you're lying. You're just a lying liar who lies. So our baker was corrupted. Could the baker be evil? Only if the plague doctor is also evil, in which case you're telling the truth. But the plague doctor can't be evil. We know we have an outcast somewhere in town. This is the only yellow card on the board. This druid's going to die. Goodbye. So yeah, you're exonerated. So that baker's probably telling the truth, actually. Closest evils counterclockwise. That's a lie. Because if it can't be the plague doctor, and if it was the slayer, you'd say equidistant. So let's try to get the slayer to kill this enlightened. Yeah, okay, because look at this. Hold on. This baker's telling the truth, we surmise. This baker got corrupted, saying she was an enlightened. She was never an enlightened. She was always a baker. This baker is saying she wasn't enlightened. If we think that's the truth, and we think that because the baker transforms an unrevealed good villager, so this was a good enlightened, then this can't be, which explains why this enlightened is lying to me. And you know what? Let's test our slayer while we're at it. Haha. Puka. And Puka can't corrupt the plague doctor. Plague doctor cannot be lying because of Puka, because the plague doctor is yellow. Okay. Slayer is exonerated. The judge and the gem crafter can test each other, right? 2 or 8 is a minion. Well, we know 2's not a minion. And so you've got to be corrupted. You're just full of crap. The judge and the gem crafter can exonerate, can look at each other. Nine is lying. Okay, so the judge says 9 is lying. If the judge is telling the truth about 9 lying, yeah, this is a weird contradiction. This is just... Oh, my hunter is exonerated. Because he's sitting next to the minion, right? There's no way he can also be a minion. No, he'd be lying. Okay. I only got to find one more evil. And I'm thinking it's... Alright, so Puka happened over here. This is a poisoner who has poisoned my gem crafter, and then the plague doctor targeted the judge. No. I think the judge is telling the truth. The judge can't be telling the truth. There's no... It's a logical contradiction. We're in this statement is false territory. The judge is saying the gem crafter is lying about the judge being good. They both must be lying. Or you're corrupted. So you're telling the truth about the judge because the judge is good. The judge is lying about the gem crafter because it's been targeted by the plague doctor. And that pushes the poisoner down here. We had a poisoner, right? Yeah. The poisoner down here. And maybe you poisoned the baker and the baker is just lying about... I'm thinking this oracle is the business here. I'm thinking we're going to try to stab the Oracle. Corrupted Oracle. Okay. Corrupted Oracle means she was poisoned by the Gem Crafter. So the Gem Crafter is lying. And then the judge still got targeted. So it's the Gem Crafter who's evil. Is that right? The Gem Crafter is evil, poisoned the Oracle. The judge got corrupted by the Plague Doctor, or vice versa. The Gem Crafter it's the Gem Crafter in either case. It was not the Gem Crafter. It was the Enlightened. So I just don't know how bakers work. So you were a real baker? On reveal, one random unrevealed good villager becomes a baker, but that didn't happen. None of my villagers became a baker. I don't understand how bakers work then. You're lying because you're next to Puka, but you were a real baker. No, you were corrupted by Puka, and if you're corrupted, your ability doesn't work. You got corrupted. You could not have made a second baker. Oh, I should have caught that so much earlier. This could never have been a baker. Because this baker was corrupted doesn't just mean they lie, it means their ability doesn't work. I lost that one fair and square. All right, I got to place 3. I got Puka and a Plague Doctor creating liars. This is... 8 is good. Is 8 good? 8's a bard. 3 cards away from a corrupted character. There's a Slayer. There's a Jester. There's my Plague Doctor. There's the Dreamer. Good. Double Dreamers. You love to see it. And there's a Poet. Closest evil is clockwise. Oh, but the Poet doesn't give me the little arrows. That's a bug, right? I'm going to report that. Let's spell words correctly. Yeah, like they should show us little arrows, right? Okay. We've got one outcast. It's the Plague Doctor. The Plague Doctor is making somebody into a liar. Puka is making somebody into a liar. We've got a Shaman, which explains our double Dreamers, but we also know that the Shaman can be one of the Dreamers. Which I don't understand how that's different from any other minion. Like, you can always get double characters with minions or pretending to be them. I'm not totally sure what... There are 2 same villager roles in current village. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what that means. Because my original thought was that that meant that these 2 Dreamers were real Dreamers. That the minions couldn't be here. But okay. What are we looking at here? You're saying the Slayer or that Dreamer is corrupt. Closest evil's counterclockwise. Closest evil's clockwise. So you guys, neither of you guys like this bard for being evil. Number 8 is good. You like the bard for... Like, we got 3 characters saying this bard is on the up and up. We got Shaman, Puka, and Minion. 3 away from a corrupted character, so Slayer and Dreamer. What happens if you're evil? You could be Puka and turn both of these into liars, and that would make complete sense. So if you're evil, if you're Puka, corrupt both of them, you would also have to be corrupted, which is fine. If you're evil, all of these characters can be corrupted, then this character would have to be evil or corrupted. I'm tempted to point both dreamers at the bard and see if they agree. We can start testing this gesture if we get one other person kind of confirmed. Yeah, if you're evil, then yeah, your lie even makes sense. If you're good, then Puka's on this side of the board for sure. In fact, that constrains Puka quite a lot. If you're good, that means that Puka's over here. It forces Puka to be here if you're good. And then the Plague Doctor will have had to have targeted one of the two. So if you're good, this is Puka. Because if this is Puka, then this character is corrupted, and that's too close to the bard. If this is good, and these two characters are also good. Like, if the bard is good, we learn so much. And this must be Puka. But if this is Puka, the Slayer won't work anyway. If this is Puka, the Slayer would be corrupted. And that's something we can test for. 2 is not corrupted. If that's true, and I think we can trust this statement, I don't ever think a Plague Doctor can lie, because they can't become corrupted. Because they're not villagers, they're outcasts. So what this Plague Doctor is saying is this Slayer is not corrupted. This Slayer is either evil or they're primed to go. So if you're good and if you're good, you're Puka. But if you're Puka, you're corrupted. And we just disproved that. So you could be corrupted then. Either by a Plague Doctor or by Puka. Learn how many of them are evil. You're saying 8 is good. You're saying... We know that you're good. I just don't think I trust dreamers ever. I just don't think I'm ever going to be able to make use of that dreamer. Because I don't... It seems like if you don't pick an evil card, like, you just don't get good information from them. If you're evil, a non-corrupted Slayer could take care of it. Couldn't kill 8. So you just might be a corrupted good, or you might be a minion and this guy sucks. Or you might be... Well, we tested for corruption already. Let's put the dreamers on him. Could be minion. Could be Puka. Who am I trying to place? Minion, Shaman, and Puka. So this is Puka. They're both corrupt. Then you would have to be minion or shaman. And you would have to be targeted by the Plague Doctor. No, if this was Puka, they would both agree. Because there's no other way to corrupt one of them. So yeah, if this is Puka, we're corrupt, we're corrupt. You're lying, so you're minion or shaman. And then you're corrupt because you weren't able to kill Puka, which means you were targeted by the Plague Doctor. But now there's no explanation for this, for why they don't agree. So you're not Puka. If you're a minion, both of these have to be corrupt. If you're a minion, you could be Puka, and then you could have been targeted by the Plague Doctor. But then you still wouldn't need... Yeah, there's so much corruption going on here. I still got a Jester. Learn an evil roll. If evil picked, learn correct info. You could have failed because you're evil. If you're good in telling the truth, this is Puka, but then this... Oh, maybe this is Puka and this is a minion next door to him. That could be the case. I don't have anyone else to point this Jester at to get any good information. If you're good, you're corrupt. But this can't be Puka if you're good and you're telling the truth. You're going clockwise. This could be Puka. You could not kill 8. If you're good, we exonerate this triangle. If you're evil, I mean, you could be good and you could be evil. That doesn't go anywhere. I don't see a good way to pull the trigger on this Jester ability. It makes a lot of sense for these characters up here to be good. This triangle, Bard, Gemcrafter, and Slayer. But I don't have a way to prove any of it. You could be good in telling the truth if this Dreamer is corrupted. In which case, this is as good in telling the truth. The Slayer never kills his target, even if he's lying. So that doesn't exonerate the Slayer. But if good and good, the jester will say no evil. If the jester's telling the truth. There's one evil between 3, 4, and 8. He's not talking about himself. That would be dumb. Okay, is this new information? Is this a lie of some kind that we can make use of? So we know the plague doctor is not evil. If the jester is evil and the bard is evil, this would be a lie, which checks out. But then that would make this evil too, or corrupt. So much of this starts coming unraveled if I just try to kill this bard. I think I just got to take a shot at the bard. If this is a true jester, then the bard is evil. If the bard is evil, you're lying. And you're lying. Does that make sense for these two to be lying, but not this one? Because this could be Puka. No, this can't be Puka, because you're saying closest evil is clockwise. Gem Crafter could be somebody who's not Puka, and the Plague Doctor could get the other one. All right, I'm going to try to take a shot at the bard. Puka. So much of this was just went around in circles, assuming that bard was telling the truth. Okay, so you're corrupt. You're corrupt. Obviously, because you're both just pointing the other direction. Now you're both pointing at Puka. So you're lying. You're lying. You're telling the truth. Among 3, 4, and 8, there was indeed one evil. I need to place a shaman and a minion. So you both are lying because of Puka. One of you is lying because of the Plague Doctor. One of you is lying because you're evil. You're telling the truth. You're lying. Three cards away from a corrupted character. We know that Dreamer's not corrupted. And if the Slayer was corrupt, so the Slayer's evil. If the Slayer was corrupt, that would make Puka a truth teller. Slayer's no good. And then it's just a 50-50 between this Dreamer and the Gem Crafter. Well, if it was the Dreamer... No, that would have been a lie. It would... Equidistant would be the truth, so counterclockwise would be a lie. Okay, so, yeah, we're not disambiguating that way. And it's the same thing up here. This one is saying clockwise when really it should be equidistant. If you were telling the truth and the Gemcraft was evil, you'd say equidistant. So it's a 50-50 between a Dreamer could it be this Enlightened? Oof. Is that potentially the case? Looking to place a shaman. If if you're evil, you're lying. Makes sense. I've got 3 potential places this shaman could go. And I think it applies to this as well. I got 4 potential places this shaman can go. Because you could be evil, in which case you both are corrupted and you got shot by the plague doctor. You could be evil. You can't be evil. Because this corruption's accounted for. And one of these corruptions is accounted for, but not both. So you can't be evil. Does that apply here as well? If you're evil, this corruption is accounted for. Yeah, and the plague doctor. Okay, so it has to be the gem crafter or the dreamer. Because Puka has to have corrupted both of them. In order to get to 4 liars, we needed Puka to take 2, a minion, and then the plague doctor. But I think it's a 50-50 between these two. So let's just boom. Sometimes it's just a coin flip. I got a poisoner and Lilith and a doppelganger. All right. Number 5 is a real empress. 1, 4, or 8 is evil. Four cards away from the closest evil. So you're saying, if the cards I've revealed so far are on the up and up, I've got a poisoner in play. So somebody may not be. It will be very instructive if this card is not killed. Because if you're telling the truth, and you're saying 1, 4, or 8 are evil, and you're saying 4 cards away, so you're saying 8 is evil, you're saying 8 is evil. If I flip you and Lilith doesn't kill 8, or does kill 8, yeah, if Lilith kills 8, we get all kinds of new information. She did not. Both mediums agree, so there's a medium and a doppelganger here. Right? I think. Or a poisoner poisoned the medium, in which case this Empress is lying. Well, let's see what's under 8. A Dizzy Confessor and an Architect. And there's no way to ever find out what this was. And I've got no abilities. I'm placing a Poisoner and Lilith. You can't be 4... I should have thought of this. You can't be 4 cards away from the closest evil. That doesn't make any sense. This is an untrue statement. Because the only card 4 cards away is over here, but I've got to place 2 minions. Oh, I should have caught that. But the question is... Well, if you were poisoned, then the Empress is the poisoner. In which case, both mediums are lying, and I just don't... Yeah, if you're poisoned, then you're the poisoner. And I can't create 2 more liars and a Dizzy Confessor with the minions I've got left. I'm saying you're evil. And I'm stabbing you. That was Lilith. So Poisoner is up here somewhere. So either you're the poisoner and you've poisoned someone else, or someone next to you has poisoned you. And we know you're good, and we know one of you is a doppelganger. So the Empress is real. 1, 4, or 8 is evil. That's true. This is true. This is true. This is a false statement. We've got a dizzy confessor. And I can't turn you into a liar. Because I've got 2 lies here. Well, this isn't a lie, but she's dizzy. Right side's more evil, demonstrably untrue. Because the evil's going to be over here somewhere. If it's the scout, it would be true. Can it be the scout? Because the scout could have poisoned you, but there's no way to make you a liar. The poisoner is 2 cards away from the closest evil, which would be Lilith. So I'm going to assume you're telling the truth. Kill this architect. And leave the poor dizzy confessor to confess her sins. We have a twin minion, but not a regular minion. I've got both a wretch and a bombardier. So no way to corrupt. That's the knight. We can test that immediately. Good. There's a fortune teller. There's the bombardier. I'm tempted to test for an evil bombardier right away. Just to see if it's Lilith before I get any more turned over. I don't know that you're good, though. Yeah, it's not going to work. We're just going to have to let somebody get killed. I cured 2 corruptions. There's no way you've cured any corruptions, my dude. You're a filthy liar. There's a judge. Number 7 is evil. Yeah, that checks out. Okay. And yeah, I've got the wretch and the bombardier. Number 7 is evil. We know. I can test the judge on the wretch. You're a liar. You're a lying liar who lies, and there's no way to make a corruption, so I'm just going to kill you right away. And the twin minion is 1 card away from the closest evil. Almost certainly, it's got to be the judge, right? Because we've got 2 outcasts. Yeah, and the judge is lying about the wretch lying. So let's kill this judge. I'm going to step away and get myself a new drink. I'll be right back. All right. Where was I? Ah, yes. I've got to place Lilith and a Chancellor. Got 2 outcasts. We're going to have 3 outcasts at this table because of the Chancellor. One of them's a Plague Doctor, so we're going to create a Liar. One of them's a Drunk. Drunk's always fun. The Bombardier. The Fortune Teller. A Poet. 2 evils adjacent to me. Let's find out who that is. Why didn't Lilith kill anyone? For some reason, Lilith did not kill anyone. Okay. There's a scout. I took the damage from Lilith, but nobody died. There's a knight. Right side's more evil. Lilith is just not feeling it today. Okay. Lilith doesn't want to kill anyone. I wonder what happened. We'll prioritize. I mean, there was plenty of characters she could have killed. Okay. Where do I even start? 1 card away from a corrupted character. Chancellor is 2 cards away from the closest evil. Somebody is drunk. No duplicates. Right side is more evil. Potentially corrupted knight. Or a potentially drunken knight. Either way. So you can't be corrupted. You can't be corrupted. Let's test the knight for corruption. Not corrupted. I'm going to attempt to kill the knight. Good. Knight is exonerated. And we know you're good, and we know you're good. Even though I hate you. Pick 2 characters, learn if any are evil. How do I get the most bang for my buck here? Look at herself and the Plague Doctor. And see if she says... She should say 0 in that case. If she says 0, we know she's telling the truth. If she says anything else, we know she's lying. I mean, I guess that's the best thing I'm going to get out of her. Is 2 or 8 evil? True. Okay, so she's lying. Now that we know she's lying, we can test the judge. Actually, we could test the judge on the Plague Doctor. 8 is lying. So we know you're lying then. You have to be. And that's it. Those are... Oh, the Plague Doctor hits one of them. How do we get 2 Oh, one of them's a drunk. That's why. Man, the drunk sure is fun. Okay. That's putting the Chancellor up on this side of the board somewhere, because all my outcasts are up there, it looks like. This is looking true. Right? The only way this isn't true is if the Architect and the Scout are both evil, but in that case, the Architect... Yeah, the Architect would be lying. So the Architect and the Scout are both evil. This would have to be the Chancellor and Lilith. And the Plague Doctor hits you, and then you're drunk. But then you're lying, and that's not accounted for, and you're lying, and that's not accounted for. I think the Architect is telling the truth. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. If you're lying, if you're evil, you'd have to be the Chancellor. Because you're not next to an outcast. So Chancellor here, who is it? Lilith here. Well, how do I have Lilith? She hasn't killed anybody. So for you to be lying, Chancellor Lilith, you have to get hit by the Plague Doctor. You're the drunk. And then you're lying and you're lying. And that's just not accounted for. So that's just not the case. So the Architect is good. You could be a Chancellor. Could you be lying ever? No. For you to be evil, this Architect would have to be lying. Because there's nowhere else on the left side for an evil to go. So the evil would have to be equally split. Yeah, they would have said they're equally evil. For you to be corrupted, Chancellor, Plague Doctor, oh yeah, could... You could be targeted by the Plague Doctor. You could be the Chancellor. You could be Lilith. That could be. But then you'd be lying. No, that checks out. Because you could be Lilith. You could be the Chancellor creating a bombardier. And the judge could have got hit by the Plague Doctor. At which point this lie checks out. But if you're telling the truth, then it looks bad for the judge and the fortune teller. Because one of them has to be the Chancellor. Actually, I like this. Lilith and Chancellor here in some combination. That makes this statement a lie. So their lies are accounted for. This statement is a lie. There's only one evil adjacent. But the Plague Doctor accounts for that. Because she's lying, the Bard is telling the truth, and the Scout is telling the truth because the Judge and the Fortune Teller are both evil. I like it. I'm killing people. She was drunk. I forgot about the drunk. Well, that leaves the Chancellor here. Like, there's no other possibility. That's Lilith. So you're the Chancellor. We got there in the end, you know. Oh no, I got addicted to this last night. Like, that happened last night. I still have it. The drunk just throws me for a loop every time. It's so hard to work around a drunk. Alright, I got a twin minion and Lilith. There's the wretch. I like a wretch. So you're saying 4 is evil. Okay, you're saying 9 is good. One, 5, or 9. This doesn't check out. So who do I have? I got a drunk. I hate the drunk. Harumph. Well, the alchemist is telling the truth. There's no way for corruption to happen except the drunk, and the drunk can't be cured. So he's telling the truth. Learn how many are evil. We know that you're good. We know that you're good. We know that you're good. What does the jester say? There's one evil. That checks out because the wretch is evil in the jester's eyes. And so this checks out. And so this checks out. I'm not going to confirm them yet because I think there is a way that it doesn't necessarily work. 9 is good. I think we like that. Learn a random outcast among, if any. 1, 5, or 9 is evil. Yep, that checks out. Who are we placing? A minion and Lilith. See if the druid checks out. Among 1, 7, 9, there is a drunk. I don't see how that could be the case. We do have a drunk somewhere. I think all of these statements check out, though. I've gone wrong somewhere. Here, let's start over. Okay, among 1, 7, 9, there is a drunk. So you're saying the drunk is either the Empress or the Alchemist. The Alchemist is telling the truth. None of these jobs can corrupt. The only sense of corruption is the drunk, but the drunk cannot be cured. I cured 0 corruptions. That's just a true statement. We know the wretch is always good. We know this is a good character because whatever it is, Lilith killed it. Among 1, 8, and 9, there is one evil. Yep, the wretch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This also has to be good, which means, yeah, this has to be good. Because if this is not good, if this is not a true statement, the closest evil is the other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then I don't have anywhere else to put the last evil. We're too far away. So both of the evils have to be down here somewhere. Number 9 is good. You could be drunk. One, 5, and yeah, you could be. You could just be the drunk. But then I've exonerated everybody. There's nobody left. What have I done? You could also just be lying. You could just be evil. Because this could, oh, could it be the drunk? We'll prioritize killing good characters first. The drunk is good. So this could be a dead drunk. And you could just be lying. You could also be drunk. But if you're drunk, I don't know where the evil's hiding. I think you must be evil. But who else is evil then? Ah, okay. You have to be talking about the medium. Because if you're saying the poet is evil, then equidistant from the wretch. And if anyone beyond that was evil, you would be pointing to the wretch. So if you're a real enlightened, you're saying the medium is evil, but the medium's saying you're a real enlightened. So you're not a real enlightened. But that doesn't make sense because you're still pointing to the medium. You can't be accidentally right. I hope you can't be accidentally right. That would be awful. Okay, what if, like, this is just like a... If you're a minion, and then you're drunk... That makes more sense. If you're a minion, you're pointing to a minion, so you like can't be drunk, but you'd have to be trustworthy, but you're not trustworthy if you're a minion. But if you're a minion and you're drunk, the next potential minion is the druid, but the druid is further away than the wretch. I think that's it. I think you're a minion. I think you're drunk. Because you can't both be minions. I'm going to kill this enlightened. The minion. Now, we know you're wrong, but it's because you're drunk. If you were a minion, this minion would be telling the truth, which we know minions don't do. So you're drunk, the druid is Lilith. I guess I just don't ever get to see what this card is. Oh well. I got 3 to place. A minion, a poisoner, Lilith. Oh boy, we still have the drunk to play around. Left side's more evil. 7's a real bard. Well, 6 is a real jester. Oh, Jesus. Okay. 2 minions and 2 jesters. How? They've got to be bad guys, right? We know the drunk can duplicate, though. I disguise as a random not-in-play villager. We've seen the drunk duplicate when the other duplicate was a minion, maybe. So we got 2 jesters and 2 mediums. Between 4, 7, and 9, there's a villager, minion, and outcast. Got a poisoner to corrupt. Also, if the bard's next to the drunk, it's corrupt. I've got 2 jesters to play with. Whew, this one's a mess. This one's a mess. You're saying 1 or 2 is a poisoner. Do I believe that? I mean, I absolutely could. Could be. You're saying 6 is a real jester. Should see if these 2 jesters agree. I mean, they're not going to agree. Is there? Because one of them either has to be a minion or a drunk. Or they're both minions, I suppose. It's possible that one of my pairs of duplicates are minions. And then the other pair is a minion drunk. I have nothing to test against. I don't trust any of these cards. What kind of information can I get if I put the gestures out there? You're saying there's one evil between 4, 7, and 9. It's a bard, a jester, and the medium. I could see if either of these jesters agree with the bishop. Four, 7, 9. There are 0 evils. What do you think? There are 0 evils. That's interesting. The jesters both agree. They can't both be jesters. They can't both be telling the truth, but they can both be lying. If they're lying, that gives some credence to the bishop. My only source of corruption is a drunk, right? Oh, I got a poisoner. Okay. Alrighty, alrighty. The 2 jesters can't be telling the truth. It's not possible. But it could be like a minion poison situation. I have 3 to place. You're saying there's 1 of each. If this is true, yeah, minion and jester, like this jester and this medium. Could the bard be the villager in this or okay, in a pair like this, the medium and the medium, if one's a drunk, the other's got to be a minion. Because if this is a medium and this is a drunk, this drunk is no longer replicating an a not in play villager. The medium's in play. So, what the bishop is saying, if the bishop is telling the truth, between the jester, the medium, and the bard, there's 1 each of villager, outcast, and evil. Drunk is an outcast. So, does this force the bard to be a villager if we trust this bishop? I have 2 mediums. We'll say the one up top is evil. That means the other one can either be a villager or drunk. Downstairs we got the jester. We're saying he's got to be the drunk, which forces the other jester to be evil, and that forces the bard to be a villager. If number 9 is a villager, then number 3 is evil. If number 4, and same reasoning for number 4. If number 4 is a villager, number 6 is evil. And then number 7 would be an outcast, would be the drunk. So if this bard is an outcast, if he's the drunk, we have a minion amongst our jesters and a minion amongst our mediums. We also know that both of our jesters are lying, and we've only got one poisoner. A lot of that is presuming the bishop is telling the truth, though. So presuming number 9 is telling the truth, and number 6 is a real jester, that means that jester is poisoned, because it can't be a drunk. So either the bard or the oracle is the poisoner if the medium up top is telling the truth. If the medium up top is telling the truth, that means the medium on the right is not telling the truth. 7's not a real bard. Either the drunk or a minion. Does it work the other way? If the medium on the right is telling the truth and 7 is a bard, could be a truthful bard because he's one away from a lying jester. Could be a corrupted character. Could they both be telling the truth? Both mediums. Could 6 be a real jester if 3 is a real medium? No, because I can't have 2 mediums without a shaman on the board, which I don't have. So one of these mediums must be lying. Oof, okay. Oracle says 1 or 2 is a poisoner. And the architect says the left side is more evil. I just don't know if I'm getting a lot out of that, though. It almost looks like the right side has to be more evil because I've got 2 mediums and a jester there, and I know that there's bad guys amongst them. Villager Drunk is not a valid pair for one of those. Villager Minion, Drunk Minion, or Minion Minion are valid pairs. So there's a minion for sure amongst my jesters and mediums each. That leaves 1 minion unaccounted for, which could go anywhere. Jesters agree, so I know the jesters are lying. I can't presume the jesters are ever telling the truth. So for this statement to be a lie, there must be more than 0 evils between these 3 characters. And I know they're lying because they agree. 2 jesters can't both be telling the truth, because there's no way to have 2 jesters that are villagers. If you're evil, you're a fake jester, which is fine. I just can't narrow anything down. We're going to have to take a shot and test. We're only going to get one shot because that brings us down to 1 HP. Do I want to take a 50-50 on the jesters, or do I feel like one of these mediums is more useful than the other? I feel like this medium is the most useful one to kill because she's giving information about the bard. Let's do it. It was a real medium, and I'm at 1 HP now. But who knows if she was telling the truth or not. Well, if you're a villager, you can't be. You must be a minion. Because villager drunk is not a valid pair, and not, so yeah, you have to die. Poisoner. Okay. If you're one away from a corrupted character, you could be talking about this character who got poisoned by this guy. And there's still a drunk screwing around somewhere. 1 or 2 is a poisoner. We now know is a lie. Well, wait a minute now. The only way to be lying is to be a minion, to be drunk, or to be next to the poisoner. Which you are not next to the poisoner. Are you a minion? I know that there's one minion amongst the jesters. This could be a minion, and this could be a poisoned character, and then this could be the drunk. If you're poisoned, you're poisoned or you're drunk. I guess both of these could be poison. Well, no. If you're the drunk, the other 2 minions are the jesters. Oh, they could be villager jester. Villager minion. That pair works. It's looking like this is correct. Unless it's the bishop and the jester. If the bishop and the jester are minions, then you would be lying and you would have to be a minion. But if it's like the bishop and the architect would have to be a minion for this to make sense. Which almost makes me want to just kill the architect. I've got 3 lying characters down here, and they're far away from the poisoner. Like, they're all telling lies, and they're all across the board from the poisoner. So none of them are poisoned, for sure. One of them could be a drunk and 2 of them could be minions, but then you're telling the truth. If that's correct, then this bard must be a villager. But it could go the other way just as easily. I just don't think we've narrowed anything down. One hit point left. It's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. To have 3 liars down there, so far from the poisoner, it has to be 2 minions and a drunk, right? There's no other combination of characters that gets me 3 liars. And that tells me that the other characters are not lying. It's got to be 3 minions, or 2 minions and a drunk. So you're all villagers. I feel like you've poisoned number 8. And that's what the bard is seeing. Which makes you a minion, not a... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. If this was poison and this was a drunk, he'd be 1 card away in both directions. I guess that's how that works. Okay. To get 3 liars, we need 2 minions and the drunk downstairs. That's the important thing. Which means you're telling the truth. There's no way to make you a liar at all. And we've only got 3 minions, so I need 2 minions in these 3. All 3 combinations fulfill this, though. If these are 2 minions, the left side's more evil. If these 2 are minions, the left side's more evil. And if these 2 are minions, the left side's more evil. So yeah, the architect is a truth-telling villager, but doesn't give me information I can do anything with. Okay. Could you be lying? If you're lying, that means you were poisoned by the poisoner. That means you're a truth-telling villager. That means you're 1 card away from a corrupted character, which means you're corrupt. You can't be lying, but you could be the drunk. In which case, these 2 are minions. That's if you're poisoned. If you're poisoned, these 2 are the minions. My minions are who? Lilith and an actual minion. Okay, so if you're lying, it's because you were poisoned. If you're poisoned, it's because he poisoned you. And if he poisoned you, he didn't poison 8. If he didn't poison 8, the bard's not pinging on 8. If the bard's not pinging on 8, the bard's pinging on 6. The only way 6 can be corrupted is if 6 is the drunk. 6 can only be the drunk if the jester is a minion, and then the oracle will be the last minion. So if the bishop's lying, these bottom characters are minions. If the bishop's telling the truth, then we can take her statement 4, 7, and 9. There's 1 each: villager, minion, and outcast. If she's telling the truth, she's saying the jester is the drunk. 8 is poisoned. And then the jester and the oracle are minions. Whether the bishop is telling the truth or lying, the oracle is a minion. We got that far. All right, we're going to claw this one back. Now, doing that did not tell me anything about whether the bishop is telling the truth or lying. However, we no longer have a minion-minion pair. It's a minion-drunk pair. We know you're not a real jester. You're either the minion or you're drunk. Oh, I think it just comes down to a 50-50, doesn't it? What are you upset about? Lulu's laying down there woofing. I don't know what she's woofing about. Ah, which jester? There's no real jester. It's a minion drunk pair. If this jester is drunk, then we're saying 8 was poisoned to ping the bard, and the bishop is telling the truth. Well, now wait a minute. No. We actually have solved this. Maybe. Oh, only if she's telling the truth, though. Yeah, if she's telling the truth, that bottom jester is the drunk. But if she's not telling the truth, then none of this information is at all reliable. Because we know the bard's a villager. We know Puka. Not Puka, that's a poisoner. We know poisoner's evil. Left side is already more evil, no matter where the last minion is. Oh, we might have just cocked it. I think it just comes down to a 5th. Which jester do we want to shoot? I just got to bite the bullet. I just got to bite the bullet and shoot one. I think it's more likely the bishop's telling the truth. I think it's more likely. I think you're more likely the drunk, which means you're more likely the minion. You're the minion. I couldn't have deduced that based on the way I played. But we got there in the end. We're going to do better this time. I got a shaman and a Lilith and a doppelganger. Oh, good. So we're going to have duplicates from the shaman and duplicates from the doppelganger. Got a good confessor. A dizzy confessor. There's no way to get corrupted, so a dizzy confessor is a dead confessor. My God, all these slayers. Okay, evils are not adjacent to each other. Do I trust that? Yeah. Maybe. I test this slayer against this slayer against this slayer, this slayer against this slayer, right? Is that what I do? Yeah, that's what I do. None of the slayers could kill each other. Cool. Closest evil's counterclockwise, so we're going this way. If you're evil, if you're lying, you can't be lying. You've got to be telling the truth. You literally cannot be lying. Because if you're lying, you're saying the evils are adjacent to each other. But the only way you can be lying is if you're evil, in which case you're not adjacent to this shaman. So you're telling the truth. I just can't put a green mark on you for whatever reason. So the Slayers tried to kill each other in a triangle. So if any of them were evil, we should have... seen some work. So it's got to be the Enlightened, right? That's the only... Yeah, because you were good. You're saying evil's counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3. That would be the closest evil. 1, 2, 3. If you were telling the truth, then it would be one of these cards. But we know it's not the Slayers because we tried to kill each other with them. How do we have 3 Slayers, by the way? Because one of them's a doppelganger and then one of them's put down by the shaman. Interesting. So it's got to be this Enlightened because the 3 Slayers couldn't take each other out. 8 couldn't kill 4. The reason for that is because 4 is a real Slayer. If the Slayer was evil, he would have failed to kill 4. Then 4 would have failed to kill 6. And then 6 would have killed 8. So this... I think this worked. And I think this Enlightened is Lilith. We got Puka, Shaman, and a Drunk. Fantastic. There's a Gem Cutter. There's a Bishop. There's a Druid. There's the Empress. There's the Judge. There's the Judge. There's the Judge. I was expecting a 4th Judge. All right, how do we have 3 friggin' Judges? Because... that's a good question. How do we have 3 Judges? The Shaman put down one of them, and then one of them is evil. You're saying 6 is good. You're saying between 2, 4, and 5. You're saying 3, 6, and 8, 1 is evil. Learn 1 random outcast among them, if any. We don't have any doppelgangers, so no outcasts over here. 2 of these are real Judges. We do have Puka, though, and Puka always ruins everything. I'm tempted to throw all 3 of these Judges on the Gem Crafter and just see what happens. 'Cause one of the Judges must be a minion. If this is Puka, then all of the Judges would agree. Because this Judge would lie, and then the 2 other Judges would lie. If this is Puka. If this is a Shaman... then they disagree with at least one of the other Judges because Puka can't get the 2. So, if we put all 3 Judges on somebody and they all agree, they can't all agree. One of them's a minion. One of them has to be a minion. But whether or not they agree and in which order and which ones will tell me something about where Puka is. If they all agree, the center one has to be Puka. That's the only way 3 Judges can ever agree in this configuration. If this is a Shaman... the Shaman's going to disagree with the other 2. Unless Puka's on the side here, in which case 1 Judge will disagree with the other 2 in a particular way. I think that's where we're going to start. I'm going to have all these Judges look at this Gem Crafter. You say she's lying. You say she's telling the truth. You say she's lying. So if this was Puka... so the Judge and the Gem Crafter agree that this Judge is good. If this is Puka, then Puka's lying about what the Gem Crafter is saying. That makes sense. But then these 2 Judges would be telling the truth about what the Gem Crafter is saying, which doesn't, because they should be corrupted. Cannot be Puka. If this is the Shaman is lying about what the Gem Crafter is saying. And the Gem Crafter is lying. Which is confirmed by the other 2 Judges. I think these 2 Judges are telling the truth. Because a corrupted character... a corrupted Judge and an evil Judge would say the same thing about the same person. All 3 of them are saying, or point at the Gem Crafter, but only the middle one is disagreeing. Okay, so this Judge is either... well, can this Judge be corrupted? can't be the drunk, because there's a judge in play. It can't be Puka, because then they would all agree. This must be the shaman. Right? I think this has to be the shaman, and I'm going to take a stab at it. God, that felt good. That felt good to do. And then, so both of these judges are on the up and up. They're both telling the truth, which means you are a lying liar who lies, Miss Gemcrafter. Just the worst. All right, I'm jazzed now. It's time to... Okay. So Puka is not here and is not here. Neither of these are evil. Doesn't mean that they're truth tellers, because Puka could be next door to them. But they're not evil. I know that they're not evil. Well, I can have this fortune teller look at the two judges we know are good and see what she says. See if we can trust what she says. Because we know she's not evil. She can't be Puka. So if we can't trust what she says, then we know Puka's got to be here. I like that idea. Give me a judge and a judge. Is 5 or 7 evil? That's true. It's not true. You're lying, so you're corrupted. Now, it could be because Puka's next door. It could be because she's a friggin' drunk. But the lies are becoming accounted for here. Learn a random outcast among them. Let's see if... She's saying the fortune teller's drunk. This is true. 1 is evil, 3, 6, or 8. Oh, that's interesting. If we catch her in a lie, then all characters in my info are good. So we know that she's not lying, because not all of... she has at least 1 evil, so she's good. So 3 and 8 are both good. So either this is Puka and we've corrupted these. This bishop is not telling the truth, because I've got 2 villagers down there. It's looking like you're a drunk and you're Puka. That's what it's looking like. It's looking like you're a drunk and you're Puka. Because we know you're not evil. If you were evil, you would be Puka. If you were Puka, you would have flipped this judge. And you didn't. But you aren't telling the truth. So yeah, I'm liking you for the drunk. And if you're telling the truth and you're lying, that means the Gemcrafter is Puka. Boom. And I fingered the drunk. Sometimes you get a perfect round and you love it. All right. Lilith and a poisoner and a plague doctor. So we don't have a perfect round this time for sure. There's the Slayer. There's another Slayer. All right. Do I want to test these Slayers against each other? Just to see if one is Lilith's before we lose a card. I'm gonna. Couldn't kill 2. Ho ho! All right, you jerk. You deserved that. It wasn't Lilith, unfortunately. So this one's poisoned. Let's not flip this. Here, let's flip 6 because she's telling us about 6. Okay. Now let's flip this. This is a poisoned judge. So this judge is going to be telling us a lie. And whether or not he's telling the truth, we can learn about... Yeah, either this is Lilith or this is a poisoned judge. Either way, The judge is saying the gem crafter is telling the truth. We know the judge is lying, which means the gem crafter is lying, which means the Empress is evil. Oh my god, I'm going to play this game for the rest of my life, aren't I? We have only one evil, huh? There's only a Puka. That's it? We just do Puka. Okay. There's a drunk kicking around, but we have a good confessor. 7 is good. No adjacent evils. There's a Slayer. There's a Poet. So someone's drunk, and it's not the confessor. You're saying 7 is good. Can I have the Slayer attempt to kill himself? Yes. I mean, I guess that's always going to fail, isn't it? Yeah, that's just a waste of his ability. Because, yeah, if he's a real Slayer, he can't kill himself because he's a villager. And if he's an evil Slayer, he can't kill himself because he can't kill anything. So that was a complete waste of time. Alrighty. Who is... So you're not Puka and you're not Puka. Neither of you is Puka, but you could be next to Puka. I guess we just put Puka in each position and go around the map. So if you're Puka, your lie is accounted for. 1 is evil, 3, 4, or 7. Your lie is accounted for. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So the Slayer could be Puka. Let's put a... If you're Puka, your corruption is accounted for. But your lie doesn't make sense, because this must be a real Empress. You must not be corrupt. At least not if you're Puka. Yeah, the only way you can lie is if... Oh, she'd be lying, though. No, she wouldn't. This is Puka. If this is Puka, this is a real Empress, which means she's telling the truth, which means you can't be Puka. Okay. Can you be Puka? No. Because if you're Puka, you're an Empress. And if you're Puka, you're an Empress. So it's got to be the Slayer. That's the only thing that makes sense. If you're Puka, you're an Empress and you're a liar, but you're not near Puka. If you're Puka, you're... Oh, actually... Oh, no, this does work. If she's Puka, she's an Empress, and then she's telling the truth. But she'd be telling the truth. She's telling the truth about the lover up there. So this can't be Puka either. If she's Puka, she's lying about this lover. So she's not Puka. Lover can't be Puka because of the confessor. Poet can't be Puka. Medium is Puka. The Empress is real, which means the medium can't be. If the Empress is Puka, this lie doesn't make sense. So it has to be the Slayer. Goodbye, Slayer. Never mind, you're corrupted. I'll just take that back. I put that mark down incorrectly. Oh, I don't want to lose on a round that only has one. Oh, there's a drunk. Damn it. All right, well, I forgot about the drunk again. If you're Puka, you can't be Puka, which means you could be a drunk, I guess. You're not, but you're not lying. You're telling the truth, so you're not a drunk. If you're Puka, then you're lying. That checks out. And it means you're lying. And you could be lying if you're a drunk. So yeah, you could be Puka. Could you? You could be Puka if she's a drunk, and then you're lying. But you're not. Because we're saying the medium is Puka. Which makes your statement true. Could you be Puka? No, because that makes your statement... Well, we know you're good, which means we know you're good. Which means we know you're not Puka. So it looks like it's the poet. We got her. I always forget about the drunk. Is the game getting harder, or are we just kind of spinning our wheels? I'm not sure. Okay, we've got Puka and a minion to place. There's the Empress. There's a Druid. There's a Bard. There's a Scout. Lover surrounded by evil. There's my Wretch. Okay, so I've got Puka and a minion to place. Puka is my only source of corruption. You're saying the Scout's evil. That's got to be a real bombardier, right? Because saying we've got 2 outcasts, and I'm looking at 2 outcasts. So... we have the Druid test the Wretch and 2 other characters, and we can test her for a lie or not. Actually, we can test her anywhere for a lie. Yeah, because if we test these 3 characters, she's not testing for good or evil, she's testing for outcasts. Druids are neutral, I guess. So we'll just test up here. There are no outcasts. That's a true statement. She's telling the truth. 7, 8, or 9 is evil. Well, you're not evil. Got a Jester. I'm going to test these and see if he says 1 evil. There's 1 evil between 6, 7, and 8. That's a true statement. If the Jester were evil, he would have said more or less. The Jester is good. Between 7, 8, or 9, only 1 is evil, but I don't know if I can trust her, because I've got Puka to place, right? Yeah, and a minion. So the knitter can't be Puka. Empress can't be Puka. Because that would make this statement a lie. Evils are not adjacent to each other. Which means the other evil would have to be adjacent to Puka, and it can't be. Well, this could be Puka, and then... oh, no, this is a truth teller. We know that Puka's not next to a truth teller. But this can't be Puka because she's next to a truth teller. This can't be Puka because she's next to a truth teller. This can't be Puka because it's next to a truth teller. This can't be Puka because it's next to a truth teller. I think it just leaves you, man. That can't be Puka either, though, because then the lover could be a minion. This could be Puka as well. This could be Puka, because we don't know the wretch isn't really a truth teller or not. It's not saying anything. Yeah, you could be Puka. Okay. That would mean you're corrupted, which makes the bard tell the truth. And then the Empress would be. So looks like Lover and Empress. Because your statement's false, but that's fine because you're standing next to Puka. The bard sees you as corrupted. If you're Puka, your statement's true. So that immediately fails. If you're the minion, your statement's true. But then you don't see any corruption. So you're neither Puka nor the minion. You're just corrupt. Which pings the bard. This is true. Yeah, I think it's going to be the lover. It's Puka. And the Empress. Because this is a true statement. This one can't be evil. Can it? Now, the Empress is pointing to 3 good people. Because we know you're good. And if the Empress points to 3 good people, that means she's lying. And if she's lying, that means she's dead. She's not dead. After this round, you will see new skin details. Oh, great. How did I botch this? Well, if one's evil, it's got to be you. Running into this knitter situation again. Evils are not adjacent to one another. That's a true statement. The evils are across the board from each other. Can you be evil? That makes you a liar, but you're too far away to be corrupt. There's not a drunk running around, is there? No, no drunk. This is just true now. This is a lie. Minion is 2 cards away from the closest evil. So that would put it Bombardier or Bard. We know it's not there. We know it's not adjacent. What are you talking about, Knitter? Your statement is evils are not adjacent to each other. You're saying that the minion is not next to Puka. If you're the minion, your statement is true. Is the Knitter just... Oh, yeah, that's a much better Empress. We'll apply that. So the minion is saying that the evils are adjacent to each other, which is not the case. I think knitters are just bugged. I think the knitters just don't give good info. At least some of the time, because this seems like an impossible situation to me. What am I missing? For that knitter to be telling the truth, Puka and the minion would have had to be next door to each other. No, because the wretch is evil. Oh, that's what it keeps throwing me off. No, it's not a bug. I just keep forgetting the wretch is evil. So the minion's saying evils are adjacent to each other because the wretch and Puka are adjacent. Oof. That caught me up last time, too. It's going to keep catching me up. We've got to place Puka, Chancellor, and Minion, and we've got a Plague Doctor in the house. In the hizzy. In the busy. There's a knight. There's a Plague Doctor. Puka, Chancellor, Minion. Oh, that's a much better Empress. I enjoy that Empress a lot. There's only one pair of evil. Remember that the wretch is evil. I don't have a wretch. I got a Plague Doctor and a Bombardier. And I've only got one of those, actually. No, I'm going to have both because I got the Chancellor. 3 cards away from evil. Left side is more evil. There's my Bombardier. Both sides are equally evil. And a second Plague Doctor. So, All right, so one of these plague doctors is bad. Chancellor must be here, 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 or here. That's a good start, I guess. You're saying all three of the evils are up top there, huh? Architect, Plague Doctor, maybe Knight. We should have both Plague Doctors test the Knight and see if they agree. Well, they're not going to agree, but you're saying one's not corrupted. You're saying Knight is corrupted, and that makes 6 evil. Okay. We know that Plague Doctors are not corruptible. Good to know. We have a Puka, a Chancellor, and a Minion. We also have 2 Architects. So there's a bad guy amongst the Plague Doctors, and there's a bad guy amongst the Architects. What's interesting about that is Architect, Plague Doctor. Okay, we could put 2 minions on the right side, which would make both of them liars. Both sides can't be... Oh, yeah, both sides could be equally evil. If you're evil, and there's one evil to your left and right, then both sides could be equally evil. Yeah, because when they consider the circle, they consider the midpoints as well. Okay, so this could be true, and this could be true. But this is only true if this Plague Doctor is evil. One is evil, 1, 2, or 5. Yeah, that checks out. That could be. This can't be correct, because there's got to be an evil amongst the Architects. Oh, I guess we could kill this Architect and then this Plague Doctor, or this Architect, this Plague Doctor, and this Knight. Okay, so that could be true. Actually, for either of these statements to be true, this Plague Doctor needs to die. This Plague Doctor needs to be evil. Left side more evil. Like, for this to be true, we'd have to consider, like, Architect, Bombardier, Hunter, right? But then we're not killing a Plague Doctor. We have to kill a Plague Doctor. So for this to be true, we could kill like this Plague Doctor and this Architect and the Bombardier or something like that. Or the Hunter, maybe. We can't kill this Plague Doctor and the Hunter. If this Plague Doctor is evil, this Hunter is telling the truth. I'm trying to rule out this Plague Doctor. I'm trying to differentiate the two because that tells us a lot about this Architect and it tells us something about this Knight. Well, no matter what, we're killing somebody on the left side. So there's an Architect that's going to die. If the Architect dies... If we kill 2 on the left side... Can we kill 2 on the left side? No, we can't kill 2 on the left side. If we kill an architect and a hunter, say, right? That means the left side is more evil, which means you're telling the truth. And then we kill one of these plague doctors. No, I guess that would work. We'd have to kill an architect, a plague doctor, then somebody over here to get both sides are equally evil. But we could kill this architect, this plague doctor, and then the hunter to make left side is more. That seems harder. Left side is more evil seems less likely. How likely is this knight to be corrupted? Plague doctor could have got the knight. Puka could not get the knight, but the plague doctor could have. Okay. You're saying one's not corrupted. You're saying one's corrupted and 6 is evil. If 6 is evil, then both sides are equally evil, which means this one has to die. That's a contradiction. Okay, is it? If this is true, we're saying this one's evil, which means this one's evil. No, that works. Because if this one's evil, I guess you could be lying, but then the right side would have to be more evil. Which we can't do. So if you're telling the truth, if 6 is evil, we're killing you. If we kill you, we have to kill you because the plague doctor has to die. But now we're left heavy, you see? From here, we can either go left side is more evil, which doesn't make sense because we've killed this one who's evil. Or we can go both sides are equally evil, but we can't do both. And there's no way to get just right side is more evil. We can't make both of them liars. If this is true, this is true. And we're killing this architect, this plague doctor, and someone else over here. And it would have to, if we want to believe her, it would have to be that knight. Okay. What if you're evil? How do plague doctors lie? Because you could just be lying saying he's not corrupted. You could be lying saying that he is corrupted, but somebody else is evil. If you're evil, then you're telling the truth, which means I can safely try to kill you on the right side, and then you have to die. Ooh, does this even work? Yeah, because I could kill this one and then kill 2 on the left to make left side is more evil. Correct. And it would have to be this architect here. And then the other plague doctor. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I've got 3 potential liars because only one of these plague doctors is real. The Empress is saying the Knight, the Plague Doctor, or the Hunter is evil. One of them. Neither... Well, one of you could be Puka, in which case the Knight is corrupt. Like, if you're Puka, you're lying about this Knight being corrupted. If you're Puka... You can't be Puka. Prompto's upset about something. I'm going to step away and see what he's upset about. I'll be right back. Oh, it's hard being a little tiny dog. He's not actually tiny. He's enormous. He's the biggest dog I've ever had. Okay, where was I? Who's corrupted? Who's not? Can I kill this Plague Doctor and this Architect? No, I can't. This is interesting. I can't kill this Plague Doctor and this Architect. I know I've got to kill one Plague Doctor and I've got to kill one Architect. Oh, unless you're Puka. And then you're pointing at the correct ones. Yeah, because you'd be corrupted in that case. Shoot. So if I kill you and you... The problem is you just can't trust anything anybody says. There's only one pair of evils, so she's saying that two of the evils are next to each other. If I was trying to eliminate this pair, because if we kill both of these, it means you're pointing at those two. Which would be a contradiction, but it's not a contradiction if that lower Architect is Puka. Or if he got targeted by a Plague Doctor. Like, there's liars all afoot. Should I just try to take a shot at the Knight? And see if that would clear up which Plague Doctor is lying, and then from there some of it would unravel. But we would be down to one hit point. We wouldn't be able to make another mistake. But it would give me so much more information. Because we're not going to be able to trust anything anybody else says. I'm going to try it. The Knight was corrupt. So you lied. And the only way you lied is if you're evil. And you told the truth, so 6 is evil. So the Bombardier is now accounted for. So I'm just looking to place Puka now. So you're saying 1, 2, or 5 is evil. You're saying 2 or 8 is evil. This could now be true. Unless you're Puka. if you're Puka, you can't be Puka. You can't be evil at all, because then left side is more evil. And we can't make the right side evil no matter what we do, so you must be telling the truth. Great. Which means you are a villager. If you're a villager, that means there is no pairs of evil. So we've got liars all down here. Okay, so you can't possibly be a villager. If you were a villager, the left side would be more evil. We know that's not the case because that's what the Chancellor said, and the Chancellor is a filthy liar. So, you're a villager, but you might be telling... In fact, you are telling lies. Because the closest evil's here. So, we know you're a liar. You could be a liar because the Plague Doctor got to you. You could be a liar because you're sitting next to Puka. Alright, so we know left side is not more evil. We know right side is not more evil. We know both sides are equally evil. That leaves us with the Knitter and the Empress. Now, the Empress is saying that between 1, 2, and 5, there's one evil. But there's not. She's lying. And then you're saying there's only one pair of evil, which is a lie no matter what. So we're all lying down here. Here's the problem. The Plague Doctor hit... Oh no, the Plague Doctor hit the Knight. So you must be Puka corrupting these two, because 1, 2, and 5 are all good. The Hunter is lying, but we know he's a villager, so we've been corrupted. There are no pairs of evil. You're a liar. The Plague Doctor hit the Knight. Puka! I couldn't think of a way to do that without killing the Knight, but, like, that's kind of a Knight's job, right? I got a Wretch. Puppeteer, Poisoner, Lilith. We got to place 4 evils on a board with a Poisoner. Okay. There's a Judge. Medium. 5 is a real druid. Let's avoid opening 5 then. Lilith is 1 card away from the closest evil. We've killed 9. There's a Knight. We do have a Poisoner to hand. There's the Wretch. There's a Slayer. Ooh. Lilith killed an evil. She killed one of her minions. I saw the little red text pop up. Somebody said, "Gah!" And it's one of 4 is... Cool. So Lilith took care of one of the evils for us, which means this is a lie. 5 was not a real druid. Okay, I'll take it. All right. We have a Poisoner kicking around. There's no way to know what this was, unfortunately. It could have been a Puppeteer. It could have been a puppet. It could have been anything. Okay. We can test the Judge on the Wretch or on the medium. We know the medium's lying. Let's test the Judge on the medium. 2 is lying. So you are good. You're telling it true. We can test you because we know that this is a villager. We know that this is... She'll read this as a villager. Anybody else? We know this was a demon. So we got 3 known characters here. She says no outcasts. That's true. It's not true. There is an outcast, but she does not see this as an outcast. She does not see the wretch as an outcast. So it was a known quantity to test against. Okay. I've got 3 to place. I've got 1, 2, 3. Try the Slayer against the Knight. Oh, no. That would still trigger the extra damage from the Knight if corrupted. Okay, I just have to make sure that this keyword execute is actually... The Slayer is actually performing this execute action. That's what I needed to check. Okay. I just love that Lilith killed one of the demons for us. Like, beautiful. Gotta love that. Okay. If you're a poisoner, you're corrupted. Because that's the only source of lying we have. It's the only source of corruption we have. So the question is, are you a poisoner or have you been corrupted by the poisoner? If I send the Slayer after you and you don't die, what does that tell me? If we can suss out where the poisoner is around here. This could have been the poisoner. Yeah, this could have been the poisoner. I'm going to send the Slayer after the character we know is lying. There's Lilith. So you're good. 2 more to place, and there's 3 characters down here. And we know that there's some lying afoot. Lilith is 1 card away from the closest evil. Well, that's a lie. No, that's the... Wait a minute, hold on. I think I get it. If he's telling the truth, Lilith is 1 card away from the closest evil. The only card that could be is himself. If he's lying, Lilith is 1 card away from the closest evil. If this is a poisoner and you've poisoned the scout, the lying makes sense. If you're the puppeteer and you're the puppet, that also makes sense. Either the poisoner or the puppeteer or the puppet died down here, though. If this is true, you're the puppet. If this is false, you're the poisoner. If this is true, Scout is the puppet. If this is false, Dreamer has to be the poisoner. I think that means the Dreamer is always evil, because if this is true, then Scout is the puppet telling the truth while being evil, which makes Dreamer the puppeteer. If this is false, it's because he's saying it's false because it's corrupted, because Lilith is not next to the closest evil, but that means the Dreamer is the poisoner. Either way, the Dreamer's dead. And you're poisoned. And that leaves the Knight. This game is too good. So let's just real quick here. So this is all the villagers that we've unlocked. Here's page 2 of villagers, which will be in the full game. Like, if they actually fill all this up, this game's going to be... It's already insane at this... Like, how could you... There's so many more spaces. I haven't done anything with this yet. I guess we'll still stick with standard. This is where we're enjoying it. All right, we're placing Lilith, Puppeteer, and Shaman. Just making sure my phone is charged. I'm expecting my lady wife to call me at any point. All right, we're placing Shaman, Puppeteer, and Lilith. We've got a doppelganger. So we've got no sources of corruption. Nobody's lying unless they're evil. There's a knight. Can't be corrupt. Let's see if we can kill it. Goodbye. Number 6 is a real... Whoa! Could be a doppelganger situation. Or a shaman situation. 9 is a real medium. 6 is a real doppelganger. So 2 is saying that 6 is a real medium. 9 is saying... Or 6 is saying that 9 is a real medium. So we've got a real medium, a doppelganger, and the shaman has placed down an extra one. And Lilith has killed somebody. 4 is good. Who's 4? That's the original Baker. I'm pretty sure that character always tells the truth. I had another medium, because why not? Why not just have 50 mediums? That could be the truth or a lie. Explain things in detail? Sure, all of these villagers... I've got 9 people in my village. I need to kill 4 evil villagers. And they all have special abilities and things. So there's a shaman and Lilith and a puppeteer, and the puppeteer has turned one of my villagers into an evil minion that needs to be killed. So I got bakers and mediums. This is the village of bakers and mediums. 4 is good. We know 4 is good because 4 is the original baker. If the baker's lying, she says she's a random villager role. That's not what she did. So we know she's telling the truth, which means we know the gem crafter's telling the truth. 4 is good. 1 is evil, 4, 6, or 9. So it's really between 6 or 9. Can you say someone's a real doppelganger? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if you can identify a doppelganger that way. So 6 is a real medium, 9 is a real medium, 6 is a real doppelganger. It's possible. You're saying 4, 6, or 9. You're saying you were a medium. Evil characters can tell the truth if they're a puppet. So the puppeteer turns a villager next to them, an adjacent villager, into a puppet that is evil but cannot lie. Only the puppet tells the truth. And we've got 3 to place. We never get to see this card because Lilith's got her. My outcast is a doppelganger, right? Yeah. So what I'm not sure of is if somebody can read a doppelganger's identity. Like, can a medium do that? If they're lying, my info includes disguised character. Does that mean that this one's lying? Because if this one was telling the truth about 6 being a doppelganger, it would read number 6 is a real medium. But because they're lying, it's number 6 is a real doppelganger? I don't know. I don't know about that. So I don't know. I just don't know how the interaction works between mediums and doppelgangers. We haven't seen it yet. Let's say you're lying, and 6 is not a real medium. That means you're lying, and 9 is not a real medium. But is that what you would say if 9 is actually a doppelganger? Like 9 could be the doppelganger. No, 9 cannot be the doppelganger. Because if 9 is a doppelganger, it can't be corrupted. It can't lie. And so it would never identify somebody else as a doppelganger. I don't think this can ever be a truthful statement. I think if this is a truthful statement, and she's saying that 6 is I think it would say 6 is a real medium, not a doppelganger. Because it says, if lies, my info includes disguised character. Good characters can lie if they're corrupted, and I have nothing that can corrupt. So if a character's lying, they're evil on this map. We just have to untangle all of these mediums we've got. We've got to catch somebody in a lie. There's no way to test for this. This baker might have been a medium, or it might be that this character should have turned into a baker but got killed before it had a chance. We just don't know. It's an unknown quantity. One is evil between 4, 6, and 9. So she's actually saying one of them is evil between 6 and 9. If she's telling the truth, because 4 can't be evil. If you're telling the truth, then you're telling the truth, then you're telling the truth, which means medium, doppelganger. No, because they're both saying something about 6. She's saying 6 is a medium. She's saying 6 is a doppelganger. I feel like this whole puzzle hinges on whether or not mediums correctly identify doppelgangers. I'll be right back. All right, I was on a train of thought. Okay, so I have 2 mediums saying that 6 is a real medium, right? You're saying 6 is a real medium. You're saying 6 is a real doppelganger. The reason we have so many mediums is because the shaman duplicates one of our villager roles, and the doppelganger disguises themselves as a villager. So it's entirely possible we had a medium, and the shaman put a medium down, and then the doppelganger took the place of a medium. It's also possible one of these mediums is lying, and this was the third medium. So if 6 is a doppelganger, the doppelgangers always tell the truth. We know this because... well, yeah, we don't have anything that can corrupt or that can corrupt people and make them lie. Doppelgangers can't be corrupted anyway. Any yellow card can't be corrupted like that. And we have, so this is saying we have one outcast. So we have one doppelganger somewhere, and that means that that doppelganger is not a minion. So I would trust the doppelganger if I knew which one it was. The problem is I don't know whether a medium identifies a doppelganger as a doppelganger or identifies it as a medium. I'm trying to unravel it. So one of these mediums is lying, which means one of them is evil. It's just a matter of which one. If you're lying, and this is not the doppelganger, then you're telling the truth, and this is a real medium. But that's a contradiction, right? Because if you're lying, and this is not the doppelganger, that means you're telling the truth, and this is a medium. But if you're telling the truth, then this is a real medium, at which point this would not be lying. So we've hit a contradiction. This one can't be lying. So we're telling the truth. This is a doppelganger. This one's lying. A medium correctly identifies a doppelganger as a doppelganger. It's got to work that way. Otherwise, it leads to a contradiction in this case. Watch the logic here. If 9 is lying, 6 is a real doppelganger. That means this card is not a doppelganger. If that's the case, this card is saying this is a medium. But if this is a medium, then this is a medium. And if this is a medium, this is a doppelganger. The only way this works is if this card is telling the truth. And 6 is a doppelganger. In which case, this card is not telling the truth. And I hope that's how it works. Got him. Got the puppeteer. And if that's the puppet... That's the puppeteer. Then this must be the puppet. Yes, she's telling the truth, but she's next to the puppeteer, so she's the puppet. And now we're just placing Lilith. So she's lying. Because she's saying 4, 6, or 9 are one of them is evil, but we know they're all good. So I'm going to murder this poet. Okay, so a medium will correctly identify a doppelganger. Oh, this game is cool. All right, I'm going to do one more hand. And then I'm going to have to abandon you guys so I can get my dinner started. That's what my wife was calling about. She wants me to get dinner started, which I guess I will do for her. So the poisoner is going to corrupt somebody and make them lie. The plague doctor is also going to corrupt somebody. 2 to place. We either have a bombardier or a plague doctor, but we don't have both. Ba is basically added an extra outcast to our deck that's not going to be in the town. So Ba is almost nothing to worry about. Number 2 is evil, says the poet. Number 3 is the real plague doctor. All right, so one of my yellows is fake because I've only got one outcast in the deck or in the village. So one of these is fake and Ba is, yeah, that's the case. Okay. You're saying number 2 is evil. If number 2 is evil, this is not a real plague doctor. You're saying that the bombardier and the dreamer are not evil. If you're correct, and this is a real plague doctor, then you're lying. Is there a way I can test to see if this is a real Plague Doctor by using its ability? It always sees itself as not corrupted. Right, because a Plague Doctor can't be corrupted anyway, even if they're evil. But that's saying they won't lie about themselves. Oh, okay, I understand. Because a Plague Doctor can never be corrupted. So if the Plague Doctor targets itself, it has to report that it's not corrupted, even if it's evil. So it's just clarifying that it's not going to lie in that case. So are you fake or are you fake? If we kill this guy and we're wrong, the town blows up. Which is not good. So I guess by my info, if lies, my info includes disguised character. I'm not sure how to parse that. I'm not sure technically what that means. But the medium previously wasn't... No, I do understand what that means. Yeah, because the lying medium reported a doppelganger as a medium. The lying medium reported the disguised character, not the character itself. That makes sense. Okay. I think I should target the medium with the Plague Doctor. Okay, because if the Plague Doctor is evil, he'll lie about the medium. And we'll be able to catch the lie because the medium's giving us information about the Plague Doctor. Yeah, see, this is a lie. He's saying 2 is corrupted. 2 can't be corrupted. If we take this as true, but she's saying 3 is a real Plague Doctor. This is a lie. This Plague Doctor is BS. Yeah, he's trying to get us to attack this Bombardier. You're not going to do it. Get out of here with that. So we don't have a Plague Doctor. So the only liar is either the Dreamer or the Medium. Let's see if it's the Dreamer. 3 could be Ba. No? If evil picked learn correct info. Well, I picked evil and she said poisoner. Okay, so one of these is lying because of the poisoner, and one of them is lying because they're evil. Either way, they're both lying, and I can't get more evils. I can't generate more liars, which means you're telling the truth, and number 2 is evil. This game's cool. And I don't know if I should play more of it, or if I should hold off until the version 1.0 release. But I gotta go start cooking dinner for my lady wife. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. Peace out. Sleep well.